All right, well, let's get started. Welcome, everyone. My name is Matthias Botner. I'm stepping in for Florian Voss, who unfortunately is not able to join this morning. I'm very excited about this panel about political campaigning. We have three very interesting sounding papers. Since we only have three papers, we can be a little lenient on the time. So you'll have 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation for each paper, and I'll give you a 5-minute warning once we're getting to the 15-minute mark. We'll use the remaining time for Q&A afterwards, and I would propose that we go in the order of the program. If you have any questions for the panelists, you can just type them into the chat window at any point, and then we'll have a chance to discuss them during the Q&A afterwards. Perfect. So the first paper is being presented by Ellen, whom I don't see right now anymore. So we'll actually deviate from the order then. Justin, why don't...
Oh, I was just going to suggest the same thing.
Yes, Justin, why don't you go first then? If you can request to... Exactly, there you go.
Great.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, take it away.
Lovely. Can you see that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So hello, everyone. This paper has a slightly different title from the one in the program, and it's part of our ESRC-funded study of constituency campaigns that Ed, Dave, and myself have been doing for some years. So what we know from both our work, but also comparative work, is that campaigns generally deliver payoffs. The more you campaign, the better you do electorally. But what a number of studies have shown in recent years is that those effects are conditioned by context. In other words, the impact of the campaign is not wholly in the hands of the political parties. And in a period of what we call relative stability, so that encompasses de-alignment, but where there aren't major shocks, this creates what we call equilibrium. And that equilibrium is a situation where a party's existing popularity has a significant conditioning effect on where campaigns are most effective. We've described this in previous articles as being something called popularity equilibrium. But our interest in this paper is what happens when there's a severe electoral shock. And we draw here on the BES book on electoral shocks that many of you will have seen and have read. And we test this using examples from the last three British general elections, campaigning in those elections, 2015, 2017, and 2019, which obviously fall immediately before and then immediately after the EU referendum. So for those who haven't read and, dare I say, enjoyed the literature on the popularity equilibrium, this is what it is. It's essentially that the maximum electoral effectiveness occurs both where parties are neither very unpopular nor too popular. And what we mean by that is that if you're very unpopular, voters won't listen to your campaigns because they've no intention of voting for you. But equally, if you're very popular, your campaign is unlikely to be effective because people will have already decided to vote for you. So the maximum effectiveness falls somewhere in the middle. And in previous work, we've shown where that tends to fall. And so within that context, the effectiveness of parties' campaigns will vary depending on their ability to mobilize and convert electors under these circumstances. So parties have to adjust to their level of popularity. Now, what do we mean by electoral shocks? Well, in the BES book, they're described as follows: a sharp change in the status quo outside the normal course of politics. They're highly salient and may be noticeable over a prolonged time period or prolonged time periods and are relevant to party politics. Now, this really matters to campaigns because if you have a kind of equilibrium based on previous electoral performance, the shock has the ability to render this as a less powerful conditioner of campaign effectiveness. So it can disturb the equilibrium substantively because the existing electoral basis may be less fertile. Methodologically, as we see here, because prior vote share becomes a poorer predictor of existing popularity. So what we mean by that is that, in effect, what previously conditioned electoral effectiveness is likely to become less important because of the electoral shock. Now, that's not to say that existing popularity will become completely irrelevant, but an electoral shock can condition where a party is now more or less popular. So our electoral shock is the 2016 referendum. And I don't need to rehearse too many of the arguments here. Everybody's well aware of the importance and how it became effectively the principal preoccupation of British politics, particularly in the 2 years leading up to the 29 general election. We know from the BES that the Leave vote cut across parties' lines, and we also know that the way in which the principal two parties responded to this was very different. The Conservatives became clearly pro-Brexit, certainly under Theresa May, and then particularly under Boris Johnson. Labour's position was much more ambiguous. And we know from the Electoral Shocks book that people's perceptions of the Conservative Party changed quite dramatically. In 2015, they were seen as being pro-European Union, but as early as 2017, voters saw them as being anti-EU. Labour, by way of contrast, became the default choice for Remainers and those seeking a soft Brexit. So with the Liberal Democrats not having recovered from the coalition, Labour became the kind of default choice. And therefore, we argue that the referendum represented an electoral shock. It was highly salient, obviously, but it was also relevant to party politics. And in keeping with the theory of electoral shock, it had the potential to reshape people's perceptions of what the party stood for. So what's the potential effect on campaigning? Well, as I said, it could break the equilibrium altogether, such that prior popularity had no impact in terms of the context of electoral campaigns. Or it could survive, but it's a less powerful predictor than before, and the impact of our shock will be the local distribution of opinion on Brexit. So our research question is, if we add information about the Leave vote to our model of party equilibrium, explaining party share of the electorate, does it better explain variation in the Labour and Conservative campaigns after the referendum? So these are our expected outcomes. Obviously, attitudes towards Brexit didn't come out of thin air. They are present in 2015, but we haven't yet obviously had the referendum then. So we should observe that there's a weak or even or a very weak relationship between the level of Brexit support, which is expressed in the Leave vote in the subsequent referendum, and the effectiveness of campaigns. And because the Conservatives were seen as being pro-EU in 2015, any effect should not be differentiated by party. But in the two elections after, we should observe the following: that the referendum result should affect campaign effectiveness, and that the effect of the Leave vote should be differentiated by party. In other words, where the campaigns are more effective should be differentiated by whether or not they're Labour and Conservative in relation to the size of the Leave vote. And we think that effect will be heightened in 2019 because of the impending departure from the European Union. So we have three hypotheses. There will be no relationship between the geographic distribution of the Leave vote and the electoral effectiveness of Labour and Conservative campaigns in the election before the referendum. In 2017 and 2019, we hypothesised that Conservative campaigns will be more effective in constituencies where there was a higher Leave vote in 2016. And hypothesis 3, we expect the reverse for Labour. So their campaigns will be more effective in more Remainy seats. So what's our data and method? Well, as I said, this is a long-standing study of constituency campaigning where we survey the electoral agents of candidates. And we use the studies from 2015, 2017, and 2019. Using the survey data, we create a scale which captures the intensity of the constituency campaign. And what we do is we test 3 models for each year. Our classic popularity equilibrium model, model 1, what we call a Brexit model, model 2, and a combined model, which is model 3. Now, the dependent variable in all of these is the party share of the electorate at each election. And what model 1 is testing is the impact of prior electoral popularity, effectively seeking to explain where parties' campaigns are most effective with reference to the interaction of prior popularity and the campaign intensity. Model 2 focuses principally on the impact of the Leave vote. So takes out some of the variables capturing prior electoral popularity and focuses instead on the impact there. Model 3 combines this, tests the simultaneous effects both of the Leave vote but also of prior popularity. And what we're seeking to do first is test whether the inclusion of the information about the Leave vote improves the level of model fit, improves our explanation of why parties performed as they did. We can then assess whether the level of the Leave vote conditioned where parties' campaigns were more or less effective. Now, in order to do this, we use AIC and BIC indicators. And very briefly, what they do is they allow us to test the improvement on model fit, but also help us avoid overfitting models. So they're a kind of balance between adding more variables to the model and the level of improvement. And they do slightly different things, but we can interpret them in the same way. What we're interested in is whether the AIC or BIC indicator becomes larger relative to model 1. And what we find is that model 3 improves model fit in all years. But interestingly, that model fit improves both before the referendum, but also after, which is counter to our expectations. You can see that model 2 only represents an improvement on model 1 in 2017. So model 3 is the best estimator over the 3 elections. So, somewhat counter to our expectations, the information about Leave vote improves model fit overall in each election. But are the effects differentiated by party? So in all of these coming graphs, we use model 3, and this is for 2015. And what it looks at is the effectiveness, the electoral effectiveness of the party's campaigns set against the size of the Leave vote. And we can see in 2015 that there's almost no relationship for Labour. But we can also see that in 2015, Conservative campaigns were most effective in more Remain areas. Now, in terms of the direction of the effects, the parties aren't differentiated. But it means that hypothesis 1 is confirmed for Labour, but actually rejected for the Conservatives, because we are seeing an impact of the Leave vote, albeit one that we might not expect, where the Conservatives are more effective in their campaigning in more Remainy seats. What about 2017? Well, the change here is that Labour campaigns are now statistically more effective in Remain seats to a statistically significant degree. So you remember in 2015, there was no relationship. Conservative campaigns, counter to our expectations, continue to be less effective in Leave seats, although that relationship is now just short of statistical significance. But importantly, and relative to our hypothesis, the parties are again not differentiated in terms of the direction of the effects. We expected the Conservatives to do better in Leave seats in 2017. So hypothesis 2 is rejected for the Conservatives, but it's supported, H3 is supported for Labour. But what about 2019? And what we find here is that again, Labour campaigns were more effective in Remain seats, but critically, Conservative campaigns are now more effective in Leave seats. So we can see an effect of the electoral shock, and critically, the parties are now differentiated in terms of the direction of the effects. So in 2019, both hypothesis 2 and hypothesis 3 are supported. So what do we conclude? First and foremost, it's important to remember that the Leave vote improves our explanation of parties' share of the electorate before the referendum, but also after. We expected the effect to be principally after, but we see that it actually occurs before as well. But critically, that impact in 2015 was not differentiated by party. We see that the shock of the referendum result was first felt for Labour in 2017, as we would expect, but it was not fully realised until 2019. So what we suggest, therefore, is that overall there was a delayed electoral shock. It didn't happen immediately. It manifested itself substantially in 2019. And critically, this was not a result of the party's own efforts. So they didn't shift their campaign efforts to reflect the Leave or Remain vote. Their targeting was still based on existing popularity. So, which also helps explain, which is not in the presentation, but is in the paper, that the overall effects of the campaigns were rather less in 2017 and 2019 than has historically been the case. So it leaves us with questions that obviously we can't answer at the moment. The first question is whether the impact of this electoral shock will become embedded or if it will fade. In other words, will Conservative campaigns continue to be more effective in Leave seats and vice versa for Labour? And if that impact fades, what's the rate of fade? We don't know yet how long that impact will manifest itself. If we have an election in 2023, for example, how much of that shock will we still observe? So there's obviously ongoing questions to answer, but the principal takeaway here is that the electoral shock of the referendum affected the effectiveness of campaigns, but the full impact wasn't felt until 2019. And that is that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Justin. It seems that none of the co-authors of the first papers have signed on yet. So in light of that, I would like to go ahead with the third paper by Musashi. There we go. Perfect.
Hello, and let's see. Is that working okay?
Yes, we can see it. Perfect. Great.
All right. Great. Cool. All right. So, hi, Musashi. I'm a PhD student at the University of Oxford in politics. I'm going to be presenting on a survey experiment I ran in the lead up to the US election last year, the presidential election. So I'm going to start with the too long didn't read version of this rather short paper. So my objective was to estimate the effect of political micro-targeting. The design was a novel two-stage survey experiment with the allocation mechanism as the treatment. The result was among unaligned respondents, so didn't identify with other party, who had not pre-voted at the time of the survey, targeting increased the proportion of anti-Biden sentiment by 8.7 percentage points and decrease the proportion intending to vote Biden by 7.1 percentage points. Now I've got those headline results out of the way. I'm going to build up to how I got to them and what the limitations of what we can sort of infer from them will be. So a bit of context, I think people here are probably quite familiar with it. So rise of data-driven political campaigning, talked about yesterday. And this creates various legal and ethical issues that have been discussed increasingly by scholarship. And many of these arguments presume that micro-targeting, sort of matching advertisements or messages to voters on the basis of their individual traits. That's how I'm sort of operationalizing the concept of micro, that it works. There's a nice quote here from Kotosinski Jr., 2020. Micro-targeting of voters can pay very handsome electoral dividends for a relatively modest investment. So there's a bit of a puzzle because on the one hand, from the psychological literature, sort of research on psychometric profiling, the construction of sort of psychological profiles, similar to a technique that Cambridge Analytica used, and matching advertisements to those psychological profiles indicates that improvements should be possible. Zarelli et al. Show this in a very cool experiment. But on the other hand, in the political science literature, there's a lot more doubt and skepticism. So big result is the past decade of surveys, experiments on election advertisements finds that they have small and null effects. Colin Brookman 2018 provides a good summary of this. And I think even more interestingly, there's a paper from Kolpak et al. 2020 where they test 49 presidential election advertisements from the 2016 cycle. And not only do they find small and null effects, but they find a lack of heterogeneity between advertisements and between respondents that leaves very little room for targeting to operate. To clarify this puzzle even more, so if ad effects are small and homogeneous, then how should I be able to improve their effectiveness by matching them to people on the basis of their traits? And sort of this boils down to, does or can micro-targeting work? So I came up with this research design to test this to investigate this exact question. Here's sort of a one-slide summary. It's a three-stage design. It's 3 stages, but it happened in roughly within like 6.5 hours. So really crazy 6.5 hours. And I'm gonna go through the 2 stages and a switch over. So stage 1 was a control group. Had 1,500 respondents, 5 advertisements, which I'll describe in a moment, 300 per ad. And the advertisements were randomly allocated with permuted block randomization. Once I'd collected these 1,500 responses on the basis of random allocation, I quickly trained 5 different algorithms on this data. This stage took less than an hour. So the algorithms were trained to predict Biden favorability as a function of the respondents' traits and the advertisement they were shown. Then the advertisement that performed the best, and I'll explain this in more detail, was uploaded to my custom survey website. Finally, in stage 2, this is the treatment group, I had 900 respondents. And the thing here was instead of random allocation, each respondent was allocated the advertisement that minimized their predicted Biden favorability as predicted by this algorithm that was uploaded. So here, basically, I had to construct a website that could do real-time processing of the responses so that after they submitted their first page of answers, it would pass it to the algorithm and the algorithm would spit back the ad that was predicted to be the most effective. I'll go through some of the technical implementations at the end. Giving you a bit more details, the 5 advertisements were chosen. They were all anti-Biden advertisements run by the Trump campaign. I collected in the 2020 cycle, in the 3 months leading up to the election. I collected them from the Trump's campaign's YouTube and Facebook pages. I ended up watching like a good 150 Trump advertisements back to back, and that was rough. But I found these 5, I narrowed it down to these 5 advertisements on the basis that they were all 30 seconds in length approximately, and they were all clearly targeted to different groups. So we have a in-group advertisement that was sort of Clinton and Biden are laughing at us, they're mocking us. There was a Hunter Biden corruption message. There was a Second Amendment, Biden's going to come steal your guns message. There was this is kind of an interesting one. There was a race-focused advertisement that narrowed in on the time that Biden said that Black Trump supporters are not Black. And finally, there was a sort of war and veterans message. In terms of the pre-treatment covariates that it collected, and also the covariates that it trained these algorithms on, there were 9 items. So 5 demographic, the age, gender, race, income group, and the US state that they live in. And then political-ish, there was news interest, is the country on the right track, partisanship, a 1 to 7 scale, Democratic to Republican, and ideology 1 to 5. The phrasing for the 1 to 7 and 1 to 5 was actually a little bit more literal, but I'm happy to answer questions about that. The format of all these questions was adapted from the Kolpak et al. Experiment and from the ANES. 5 candidate algorithms. So I chose these 5 different algorithms, 3 of them on their basis to learn highly conditional relationships, and 2 sort of just in case I had wrong priors about what this relationship might look like. So there's random forest, classic, ADA boosted, adaptive boosted trees, gradient boosted decision trees, multi-layer perception regressor, basically a simple neural network, and a support vector machine. I ended up going with the random forest model because it outperformed the rest of them on a number of metrics, sort of it minimized the maximum error, had the best prediction accuracy, and was the least likely to predict ties. It was also important that it could produce predictions very quickly because I was running all of this in real time. The outcomes that I measured after watching the video, you had Trump and Biden favorability. You had their vote intention. So do they want to vote for Trump, Biden, or someone else? Have they already voted? Because I ran this actually about a week before the actual election. So a lot of people had already voted at the time. And finally, do not intend to vote. I should also note, it'll come up later, but the people who'd already voted, I had to exclude them from some of the outcome measures you see in the hypotheses. So the hypotheses basically boil down to targeting anti-Biden ads decreases Biden favorability, intent to vote Biden, and intent to vote. Obviously, the latter 2 outcomes aren't measurable for people who had already voted. I also presume that people who had already voted would just be less receptive to messages in general because it's sort of no longer relevant. And finally, the comparison group was versus the control group, which received an advertisement at random, which represents sort of the average effect of the ad, because, sort of independent of traits. Finally, all these hypotheses, I also tested them conditional and partisanship, and I think it sort of matches with the previous presentation just now from Justin Fisher. You don't really expect Trump voters to become more anti-Biden when they're quite anti-Biden, and Democratic voters won't really trust anti-Biden ads. So there was an interest in actually looking at the motivated reasoning, and yeah. So let's get to the results, maybe exciting part. Here's a figure that kind of summarizes all the Kates from the main models. Way to read it, so each of these bars represents the predicted proportion of respondents. The orange is untargeted and the green is targeted, or the circle and the triangle, along with 95% confidence intervals. And then at the top, if I'd run a regression, interacting the treatment, which was were you targeted or not, on party, then the interaction on the sort of reference partisan group would be this. So the interpretation here is the conditional average treatment effect, or the estimate of the conditional average treatment effect based on this data for unaligned voters was a 8.7% percentage point increase in the proportion of people stating that they dislike Biden. So I reoperationalized Biden favorability into like or dislike. Vote in the same way as the Kolpak et al. Paper. Vote Biden, same. There's a 7.1 percentage point decrease in intent to vote Biden, And as you can see, the rest of the results are null insignificant. It's worth noting that the predicted proportions are more or less in line with their expectations, but I'm happy to discuss that more if people are interested. Bunch of robustness checks. So first things, one of the, I think, biggest limitations, and this really came down to funding in a lot of ways, was that I ran the entire experiment in a 7-hour window, but there was the fact that the treatment and the control group was collected before the treatment group, only a few hours difference. But there's still possible that there is sort of there's covariate imbalance as a result. The pretreatment covariate balance check returned nulls, so there was no imbalance on any of the covariates that it collected in the data. Then I am testing a lot of hypotheses. Multiple comparisons correction doesn't really change the results. On the vote intention, it kind of jumped a little bit above significance, but I mean, interpret that as you will. I don't think it really majorly changed the results. And finally, I operationalized the outcome. The results you saw before were OLS on a binary outcome, but I naturally also did logit, ordered categorical, etc. Finally, before all of this, I did a power check, a power analysis, and I also did a simulation. I did a simulation of the experiment using the Kolpak et al. Data, and also ran permutation tests to check whether there was sort of bias in this mechanism. I'm happy to discuss this further. So, might not like here, yeah. So a bit of a puzzle with this question is that we can decompose this effect. And it's actually quite important. So the thing is that the proportion of advertisements varies between the stages, because in the second stage, I allocate the advertisement that's optimal for the individual. That means that actually there's sort of two parts to the ATE and the CATE. I nicknamed them better allocations. So better allocations is the one that we're interested in. This is, if we think about the individual response curve to each of the 5 advertisements, I'm trying to basically choose the advertisement that minimizes their Biden favorability. So I'm finding the minimum on that response curve. So I'm leveraging the within respondent heterogeneity. So the same person, different ads, I'm leveraging that heterogeneity to increase the overall average effect of the campaign. The other effect is better ads. You can imagine a scenario in which one ad is actually just universally better than the rest of them, and it just gets allocated to everybody. And this difference matters because the latter sort of targeting is relatively straightforward, just, testing an advertisement before a campaign, and it doesn't require fine-grained data on voters prior to the campaign to do this kind of targeting. And I don't think it really matches the notion of micro-targeting as we're interested in. So I have a series of figures that sort of show this decomposition and 3 reasons why we that show that it's actually the former, the better allocations that are at play here and not the better ads. So here I've actually plotted out the individual response curves of every single respondent in the unaligned non-pre-voting respondent group, sort of the main group of interest. And I've colored them by which advertisement was actually shown. The key thing to note from all of these actually is that they're not sort of monotonic. People don't all have parallel response curves. This shows that there's sort of variation between people in how they react to advertisements. What advertisement is the most effective for each person does actually depend on that person. Then another thing, so in the first stage, the reason it's not a completely flat allocation is because people failed the attention check, which I asked people which campaign ran the ad. A few people got that wrong. So I don't have a perfectly flat allocation in the first sample, but it should have been roughly flat. If we had a sort of better ad scenario, the latter scenario, then we would see all the allocations going into one ad. We don't see that. In fact, we see a relatively flat distribution. And finally, I reweighted the means for each group by the likelihood of receiving an ad in each group. And we see that basically for the sample 2, the treatment, there was almost no change in the average. Finally, there's a decomposition I put in my appendix, which shows that, if I remember off the top of my head, it's about 98 point something % of the change is attributable to the better allocations effect. So what do these results mean? I'm going to start with the limitations of this. First, has been pointed out to me, is survey response versus vote choice. Obviously, it's quite different to get someone to vote differently and to just choose something different on a survey. Another thing, it's not a representative sample. I obtained my sample from Prolific. It was more representative than I expected. I have a roughly balanced sample. I used the US Census data for comparison for geographic representation, racial representation, and gender. The main way in which this sample is unrepresentative is in age. This sample is, on the whole, much younger than the distribution of people in the US. I have a decent number of older voters, above 60, but when I tried to use entropy balancing to match my, to balance my estimates, I just got crazy weights of like 600 plus for some people. So it wasn't really meaningful. Another thing, I think this could be construed as a upside or a downside. I take a black box approach to targeting, whereas the psychology literature sort of has a particular technique and mechanism in mind much of the time for how targeting works, constructing psychological profiles and using sort of theory-driven methods to try and optimize the effect on those. I just directly optimize the outcome. I can do this because I already have the advertisements. If you're a campaign and you're producing the advertisements, you probably need something to go off of. That being said, I think the sort of upshot of this is that this does represent, provided that the model is accurate, an upper bound on the possible effectiveness of the targeting in this scenario with these 5 ads. Finally, the reference category. It's been pointed out to me, and I'm going to discuss this a little bit more, but is it really sort of right to compare targeted to randomly allocated? In terms of sort of the substantive implications, I did an envelope calculation just to save you the time. What does a 7.1 percentage point decrease in unaligned voters voting Biden mean? It was sufficient to change the outcome in Arizona. Mind you, Arizona was 35.1% of unaligned voters, and there was a 0.3% margin. Yeah, and that's just assuming that the total number of unaligned voters voting for Biden decreased by 7.1 percentage points. So they just dropped out of the election. They didn't switch or anything. Obviously, this is not realistic for a variety of reasons, the unrepresentative sample mentioned earlier, and also I'm not accounting for decay, which is discussed extensively in the literature. However, this is just meant to be sort of illustrative when you wonder, what does a magnitude of 7.1 percentage points mean? It's actually quite large. I think the biggest concern for me after I ran this experiment, because I did actually come into it sort of not being sure which way it was going to go. On the one hand, it seems intuitive, matching people to the ads that are predicted to be the most effective for them should increase their effect. On the other hand, I did kind of agree with this more skeptical take in political science that it's just like, kind of trumped up marketing. So one concern, are these results contradictory to what came before? I argued that they're actually consistent with previous results. So especially of Kolpak et al. And their finding of no heterogeneity or small homogeneous effects. So the key difference is that whereas Kolpak et al. Only looked for heterogeneity on partisanship, I did sort of a optimized search of the entire covariate space of these 9 covariates in order to maximize the effect. So I really maximally leveraged within respondent heterogeneity. I think sort of one thing to note here is that we might need to consider this more in future research. We might need to not just assign people ads randomly, but actually consider the ad that should be assigned to them. Finally, what we learned, it is possible to increase the effectiveness of ad campaigns with micro-targeting. And this might create bad incentives this definitely creates bad incentives for data harvesting. And there's sort of a longer normative discussion about whether targeting negative ads is manipulative. What's next? It's under review. I've got a follow-up experiment planned, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Cool.
All right. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. It seems that we'll just have the 2 papers today, which gives us more time for the discussion. So for that, I would like to ask all the presenters and their co-authors, to the extent that they're here, to join us on the panel. So if you could just request exactly. Perfect. Great. So we haven't gotten any questions yet. If you have a question, please either type it into the Q&A box where you can ask a question, or if you would, yes.
I did have one. I just didn't have a chance to type it. But.
Okay, either that, or if you would like to ask it in person, you can also type your name in the Q&A box and request to share your video and audio, and that way everyone can see you while you ask your question. So you had a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So question for Justin is about obviously. I'm not familiar with this the data set that you mentioned about the sort of campaigning intensity, and I was wondering if you could just sort of tell us a little bit more about this measure of campaigning intensity. And I guess sort of the follow-up question is, what is sort of the counterfactual of, like, more or less intense campaigns? What does actually this mean?
Okay, so what we do is we run a survey of electoral agents, asking about a whole series of activities they did during the election campaign on behalf of the candidate. So it's how prepared they were, how much canvassing they did, what they did on polling day, their use of computers, social media, so on and so forth. So the whole series of components, and they're then grouped together using principal components analysis into an overall index of campaign intensity for a party in a constituency. So it's an aggregate level measure, and we then measure that against their share of the electorate in the particular campaign, but also control for things like how well they did in the previous election, which conditions things, but also personal incumbency. That's the sort of very simple model. But in order to construct the model of popularity equilibrium, what we do is look at the effects of previous popularity measured by their popularity at the last election on campaign effectiveness, and it produces a rather nice curve under normal circumstances, which shows the peak point where campaigns are effective in terms of their prior level of popularity. So what we're able to assess effectively is how much extra, in the most simple model, how much extra in the explanation of a party's share of the electorate is determined by the intensity of their campaign. Does that capture? I have a question the other way, but I don't want it to be exclusive.
Go ahead, Justin. I mean, there are no questions in the queue thus far, and then I'll add myself to the list after you.
Okay, so it's about targeting per se, and I guess the question is, why does anybody target? What's the risk involved in broadcast rather than narrowcast? And it seems to me there's 3 potential risks. One is simple resource allocation. So now that's a bit easier with digital because it's cheaper, but fundamentally there's a finite amount of expenditure that an effort, and so there's resource allocation. Secondly, there's the risk in terms of the effects on waverers, what we call waverers. So these are people who might lean to one party or candidate or another, but could be tempted. And so if they were a Biden waverer, this might firm them up to go to Biden. So there could be a risk in a kind of negative effects of the targeting if you send people these kinds of negative messages. And the other is the third one is overexposure. If you didn't target, would the effects of the ads be subject to diminishing returns? In other words, people get overwhelmed by the ads they get, and therefore it loses their effectiveness. So it goes back to your first question: is does micro-targeting work? And I guess it depends what you mean by work. Does it work relative to voters who didn't receive the ad? Well, that's one way of testing it. But what would happen if you didn't target at all? What would be the impact? Because, you know, presumably there's a risk with micro-targeting is that you miss out on some voters who might potentially be receptive. So there's risk in all of it. And I guess the question is, you know, why not just send everybody this ad? What would be the impact of that happening?
Maybe we can take Edward Fieldhouse's question at the same time, since it's somewhat related. He asks whether you can say a bit more about the power. Some of the effects seem quite small, so not surprising that often we don't see significant differences between groups. In the real world, parties can run ads to a lot of people, so small effects can be important. So do you want to take those two questions? We don't hear you. You're
trying to remember these in order. Okay, so firstly, I think it's a little bit of speculation, but I suspect, and this is sort of I think more anecdotal than anything, having sort of like spoken with people working in digital campaigning realm. These sort of standard methods of segmenting the electorate and applying different strategies to different segments still applies, and targeting is sort of a within that, trying to optimize, like, you know, trying to fine tune the message precisely to the person. And I think sort of this really gets at sort of like what I'm really asking in a lot more words than does micro-targeting work is sort of, is it worth it? Is it relevant to actually fine tune your message to who you show it to? It might not, you know, and I think that's sort of something that a lot of us might suspect, which is that, you know, the difference between showing you the ad that's the most persuasive to you and just an average ad might not actually be, you know, worth anything. And that is sort of the core of what I was trying to investigate here. Regarding the sort of backlash, the sort of negative feelings towards being targeting, originally this experiment was actually designed to test the effect of additional interventions on targeting. And this is sort of what I'm hoping to do in a follow-up experiment, where I have the group who's targeted, but I split them up into 3 further groups. And before they see the video, one group sees no message, just, you know, make sure you have your audio on, you're going to watch a video. Another group gets sort of a message that's sort of a lot like the things that you see on the internet nowadays. Like, you know, this ad is, you know, has been personalized to you to be the most relevant to the interests, right? Your interests. And a third frame was going to be basically, this ad has been chosen by, you know, based on the data that we have on you and people like you as being the most persuasive, and kind of trying to present it in a more honest, but, you know, explicitly malevolent frame in some ways. And the real thing I'm curious, and this is what I want to find out in my follow-up experiment, is there a significant difference between showing people this ad is personalized, no message, and this ad is supposed to be persuasive to you because of what we know about you and what makes you tick? And I think that kind of gets more to the sort of normative aspects and also the regulatory aspects of this question. You know, should we regulate this? How should we regulate it? What should be the disclosure requirements? And that's sort of where I eventually want to go with this project. This is sort of a pilot to, partially because my funding as a PhD student is limited, and this is what I could do, and this will get to the power as well. And partially because I actually wanted to test first, does this design actually work at all? Like, can I actually find a difference between targeted and untargeted? Regarding the power, so did the power calculations, estimate an effect based on what I was seeing in the Kolpak et al. Data and a simulation I ran from that, and then estimated that I would see less than half that effect size. So these samples are sufficiently powered to estimate the effect that I saw. I think there might be, like, they're not sufficiently powered to estimate the exact size of coefficient that I found for the Democrats and Republicans. So it's possible that there might actually be a very tiny effect. And yeah, that could be relevant. So my goal also in a follow-up is actually to get a considerably larger sample size to rerun this experiment. So yeah, I hope I covered your questions.
Great. I do have a couple of questions for you as well. Two clarifying questions to start, and then a more substantive one. You mentioned that a good number of respondents failed the attention check and that they were thrown out. Were they thrown out for the main estimates that you showed us today?
Yeah, yeah. When I say
so those were discomplier effects in a way?
Possibly. I didn't find any correlation, I didn't find that I could predict who was going to fail the attention check on the basis of any of the data I collected on them. There is sort of a possible for differential response here. But like, yeah, it was, what was it? It was, I think it was roughly like 100 and so people out of a 2,400 person sample. So enough to be annoying, but like not enough to underpower my experiment. And those people, I didn't pay them, and I just completely removed their data from the experiment. So they're not anywhere here.
But even though they failed the attention check after the video, they were then not asked the outcome questions. So you don't.
They were asked the outcome questions.
Well, in that case, it would be interesting to see those results as well with them, just in case there is differential attrition. If the effect...
I guess, yeah. It'd be a weird kind of placebo though, because these were people who watched like a video saying Biden's going to steal your guns and thought it was run by the Obama campaign.
Yes, but I mean, if some kind of underlying characteristics of them is correlated with, their likely behavior, that could bias your results. And if it's not that many, I guess showing that your results hold both for compliance and the full sample, would only strengthen your case. Two more quick questions. Out of curiosity, for the how did you operationalize the unaligned voters here? Are they true independents, or do they include leaners for both sides? And then the last question, I found the results very interesting in terms of vote mobilization. In a real world electoral campaign setting, obviously there's always a question of whether you focus on vote mobilization or persuasion in a way, or turnout mobilization. And your favorability in vote intention outcomes allows to look at vote choice in this context. I was just curious whether you could tell us a little bit more whether you have similar effects for the turnout outcome. If you look at people who are now saying that they're going to be less likely to vote, that they're not going to be voting, whether you have a turnout effect as well.
So I'm going to say a specific raising question. I don't guarantee this is 100% accurate, but the way I operationalized partisanship was sort of 1 to 7 scale, but that went like strongly Democrat, neither, but I lean Democrat, neither, I don't lean either way, and so on. And again, this is sort of in line with the Kolpak et al. Paper. I grouped people who said they were neither, regardless of whether they say lean either way. I grouped those as unaligned voters, and then people who went like 1, 2, 5, 6, 7 were, regarding turnout, so the way I operationalized that was just people who answered that I will not vote in this election. And I didn't find any effect on that. Speculating here, I think it's also, I think there's sort of a difference between saying in a survey that you're not going to vote and actually just not turning up. So I don't really know too much what to read into this.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
If there aren't, can I come back on?
If there are no other questions from the audience, going once, going twice. Yes, please.
So the point I was making about backlash, I mean, that's a really interesting suggestion you make, and I expect you'll get the results that you're anticipating. But I was thinking more in terms of people that you've classified as unaligned, but are sort of gentle leaners to Biden, does that make them firmer leaners to Biden if they receive a hostile ad? So this is the kind of, this is going back to the, what's the purpose of targeting at all? Are you likely to push people into the other guy's corner?
So yeah, I haven't run this model checking specifically those, like the within the neither category, the leaners. I could check it. I think I'd probably be underpowered for it, but yeah, that's a good question.
But I was thinking your subsequent experiment, if you're able to do another one, that might be, it might get you to the point of saying, what do we mean by work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions from the audience? Any other questions from you guys?
Not from me, except I thoroughly enjoyed the paper.
Ditto.
I did as well, both papers. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panelists for their presentation. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So welcome everyone in the audience also. This is Political Attitude 6 with 3 very interesting papers presented by Ralph, Stephen, and Mark. And the slides, I am able to see the slides. Can you also flick through them? Is that any issue? Yeah, it seems to work fine.
Great.
So I'll give the floor to you, Stephen.
Okay, thank you very much. So this paper is about primarily the North-South divide. It was part of a project that was kindly funded by the ESRC Rebuilding Macroeconomics Initiative. And we have a working paper here, and most of my presentation will be a bit of an advert for what's in that working paper, but it's still work in progress since we need to rewrite some of it into papers. And then at the end, I will talk a bit about other work we're developing. And apologies for the familiarity for those who've seen a previous version of this paper. And finally, before I leave this slide, it's work with Martha Kirby and Ailey McFarlane, and very much a collaboration. So this is about a very long-term period, about most of the last 40 years, and it's about a very broad, primarily north-south gap. And you're probably familiar with a classic narrative from the media. Here at the top, we have a woman who's not very happy because all the shops in her northern town have shut down, whereas in London, you have happy people spending loads of money at flashy stores, whether they are Queen Mary, University of London academics or not, I'm not sure. But more seriously, there is a big income divide between North and South, and it has been getting wider. But the consequences of that widening gap is not entirely clear. This slide I've borrowed just shows you the North-South divide I'm talking about, precisely between the northern regions, including Wales and the Midlands, versus the South, but we treat Scotland as separate. This graph shows you disposable household income per head relative to the UK average. And I'll talk through the colours here because they're the same for all the graphs. So the north is in black and down the bottom because they're the poorest region here. Scotland is in orange. The south is in blue. But then the dashed line is the south when you take out London, and London is the dashed green line. So London plays a very important part of the story, and you can see that here we've got a bit of a disjuncture in the measurement, but it's certainly the case that since 2000, income in London has shot up way ahead of other parts of the UK, and this is part of the widening gap between North and South more broadly. And within income groups, that regional variation is different. So here are the 10th percentiles, and there's not been much increase in the 10th percentiles in all the regions, and there's not much regional diversity at the bottom of the income distribution. But there's been increasing regional diversity and huge regional diversity when you get towards the top of the income distribution, with the 90th percentile going up very steeply and very high. You can also see this in wealth. Here are house prices. Unfortunately, we couldn't correctly collapse these into the right broad regions. But here you basically have the 4 southern regions, all with higher house prices and increasingly higher house prices and super high house prices in London, whereas house price inflation has been more modest in the north and in Scotland. One counter story is unemployment. Unemployment has on average been going down, and it fluctuates with recessions, but even post the financial crisis, the regional gap and the regional and the overall levels of unemployment were much smaller than they were in the 1980s recession, where unemployment in the north was way higher than unemployment in the south. So here we have a story actually of regional convergence because of overall declining unemployment rates. So these different economic trends in different regions might have different implications, and we'll be looking at different social attitudes to see what appears to be going on. And one of the things about this paper is, whilst there is a lot of discussion about different possible mechanisms, if you look at the literature, there's so many different hypotheses and things out there that we can't possibly fully unpick it. There is a kind of general theme, and it's an age-old theme about economic prosperity leading to positive benefits on health, happiness, trust, civic engagement, making people more liberal in a sort of post-materialist way, making people more liberal in an economic way because they're less interested in redistribution if they're richer, and making people more conservative because the Conservatives have traditionally been the party for the richer part of the population and ones with an interest in lower tax and less redistribution. So I'll be looking at all of those issues, and the regional differences could be compositional. There could be issues of contextual effects, like the spirit level argument from Wilkinson and Pickett, that inequality has negative effects on everybody in society. But there can also be cross-level interactions with richer people maybe liking inequality in their region because it means they get cheaper cleaners, whereas poorer people, or most people, don't like inequality because they're on the sharp end of it. And so with so many different possibilities, this is not a paper where we're really trying to pin down any particular hypothesis very sharply with formal hypothesis testing and identification, but just trying to see what the broad patterns are and what they're consistent with. And we're using mostly British social attitudes data for this period, which defines the period for the paper, really. But we've also turned to the health survey for England where necessary on health and happiness. And we've done various things about smoothing because there's a lot of sampling variation and issues about sample design to work out to get good regional estimates. So do take the patterns with this in mind, particularly 5-year moving averages. Don't look too closely at precisely when the changes are, because they're subject to 5-year moving averages. So let's start with well-being. We have on well-being a measure of a multiple item score of self-reported health, including physical and mental health. And this is actually a measure of poor health. And we can see the North people in the north reporting worse health than people in the south. Not at the beginning of the period, interestingly, but for most of the period, that divide has been fairly consistent. People were reporting better health as you come through the Blair years and then to the financial crisis, and then things started to get worse, but the gap didn't widen despite the economic income gap between the regions widening. And it's a similar story with happiness. The gap is widening between north and south. But if you look at the scale here, and please, I'm not always going to remind you, but do look at the scale of gaps when you actually see them in absolute magnitude, 10 and 12%. That's not a big difference. That's not such a great big difference in terms of reported happiness, even though it seems to be for the last couple of decades a fairly stable difference. On political attention and engagement and alienation and kind of civic culture things, we see that trust in government has been declining in the British Social Attitudes series, but there wasn't much of a north-south gap. But then a bit of one has opened up, but it's really quite modest. And a similar story on the percentage of people who don't support any party, and this is according to the BSA measure, which also brings in kind of leaning and I think vote intention as well. A bit of a north-south gap emerging, but not huge in absolute magnitude. There's been a fairly consistent gap in interest in politics, but for everywhere going up over the time period, especially in Scotland at the time of the referendum. But the north-south gap not really changing much over time. Moving on to political values, here's the percentage on the left of the economic left-right multiple indicator scale. And as John Bartle and Jim Simpson and others have shown us, this follows a kind of secular pattern according to policy and party in government. So to see the north-south divides more easily, this is the same thing, but relative to the national average. And you can see there's a convergence of north and south here, becoming equally left-wing. North was more left-wing, still more left-wing than the south, but the gap is quite modest now. One thing to notice is that since the year 2000, London has become much more left-wing relative to the national average, and is now, along with Scotland, equally the most left-wing region of Britain. London's more famous for being more liberal than the rest of Britain, and that has been consistently true. But you might, when you look at this, think actually London is more liberal, but not way more liberal than the rest. And here's the same thing again relative to the national average. And you can see that, yes, there's been a widening of the liberal gap north and south, but it's relatively modest. And for London in particular, not that much greater as a regional discrepancy than there was in the 1980s. Moving through to party support, the Conservative gap in between the south being more Conservative and the north being more Labour has been remarkably stable. This doesn't take you up to the 2019 general election, and it isn't exactly the same as voting because this is party support for the BSA. But this is a kind of striking pattern with maybe the interesting point of London drifting away from the Conservatives, but not the South generally. Even more, but more striking changes on the Labour side. Again, this is relative to the national average. We have Scotland starting off as the most pro-Labour region and ending up in the period as, especially after the referendum, being the least Labour region. Quite a lot of change in the south, with Blair attracting lots of Southerners and disproportionately Southerners to Labour, and some convergence as a result, but not much convergence since then. However, another really striking development is London going very, very strongly for Labour over the last 2 decades, which coincides with increasing income and inequality in London. So I'd say the most striking thing about everything I've just shown you is the extent to which north-south gaps are remarkably modest, despite really huge increasing income gaps between north and south. Scotland is definitely its own story, and it's quite political, but it's not unrelated to economics, and North Sea oil and the economic revenues from North Sea oil were part of the spur for Scottish nationalism over the last 50 years. London has clearly got a very distinct and striking story here, where it's become much more left-wing, which is a story that's not talked about much. It is become more liberal, but not that much more than the rest of the country. It hasn't seen well-being rise in line with prosperity, and it suggests a kind of negative effect of inequality within the south and within London in particular. And you might have seen in the media this year stories about a couple in public housing who got so desperate with finances. I mean, there were children from previous marriages, who knows how many, and they needed to refurbish their flat, and they were so desperate they resorted to begging from people they'd never even heard of, and some things like this just have to be done in London when you have John Lewis nightmares to correct. But enough of the Prime Minister. There are many people in London in very serious, dire economic circumstances, and that experience is not really clearly kind of brought out in some of the debates about how London is richer, and all the other parts of Britain need to level up to the prosperity of London and the south. And one of the parts of the debates about levelling up that I think needs more attention is the idea that you want to level up other parts, not in a way that just generates London levels of inequality within the north, because that won't necessarily make people happier and feel better off. Just to give you so all of that's in the working paper. Just if I may, how long do I have left, Stone? Maybe not.
No, you're fine. I mean, you've only spoken for 15 minutes, so please.
Okay, if you can give me 3 or 4 minutes, I'll just whistle through something on migration.
Yeah,
so
no
people
problem.
are probably might be familiar with on the sort of public debate side, Goodhart arguing about the problem of migrating young liberals to London, making London and other cities particularly liberal and Remain. You have on the academic side, Maxwell writing about that on a more European level. We wanted to get at the extent to which that has been happening in Britain using the British election study internet panel, and coding movement between constituencies over the course of the panel, and trying to find out the extent to which London has become and other core cities have become more liberal because of internal migration within Britain. And in a parallel, so it's somewhat akin to previous debates about north-south migration in the 80s under Thatcher, driving the north-south divide, much of which argued that actually there wasn't that much going on. And here we've got movement, and you can see that young graduates are most likely to move to London or other core cities or smaller university cities like Oxford and Cambridge and Durham. But it's also the case that these young graduates are more likely to leave London and leave other core cities and leave university cities because young graduates are basically just more likely to move. Here we have the attitudes of people You can see everybody here. You can see young graduates who are more Remainy than others. They're more liberal than others, but they're not particularly different when it comes to the economic left-right dimension. And that's true of the movers and the non-movers and the leavers as well. The movers to London and the core cities might be a bit more liberal and Remainy than the non-movers, but mostly it's because 18 to 13-year-old graduates are more liberal and Remainy generally. And the net effect for London, just zeroing in on this, is that London mostly had people during this period who stayed in London, who were already more Remain and more liberal. And the people who moved in were more Remain and more liberal. But so were the people who moved out, and albeit a bit less so. And the net effect is of the moving in is to make London more Remain and more liberal, but not by a huge amount. This is only over 5 years, and if that process has been replicated for generations and generations, then that might be why we've got this kind of level for the starting point. But it suggests that the issue is maybe a bit more modest, and there might be some contextual effects going on in a metropolitan city, and we're not talking about the influx of migrants, and I think we're getting on to a quarter or to a third of the London population are migrants from other countries. And so maybe in London's case, it's not so much about internal migration, London sucking in young graduates from the rest of the UK, but just London being a global cosmopolitan city. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for giving me a little bit of extra time.
Thanks very much, Stephen Fisher, for this very interesting talk and the results about geographical differences. Not all very cheerful, but I'm sure there will be quite a few questions from the audience. Please, if you have any questions, please use the Q&A function. I already see someone now entering a question. I can also later bring you on the stage. Maybe that's more kind of cozy and nice to see each other's faces, and you can ask your question yourself. But I'll leave that till after the next few presentations. Let's see who is next on the list. It is Mark, I think, who is next. Yeah. How do voters react to planned local hospital closures? Evidence from the 2017 general election. So, Mark, if you would like to share your presentation. Yeah, I see something appearing.
Okay.
Can you flick through? Yeah, it looks all fine. So please, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. So yeah, I'm a PhD student up at Durham University. I study public opinion about the National Health Service, and in this paper I'll be presenting part of my PhD thesis that looks at the 2017 general election. Obviously, we all know how important healthcare is. At the moment, it's particularly topical, and clearly in the UK, and I'm focusing on England in this presentation, but in the UK, the government is responsible for the funding of almost all health provision, although some of it is provided by private providers, be they private companies, limited companies, or by independent contractors like GPs. Fundamentally, the actual amount of truly private provision that's paid for by individuals via kind of insurance or anything like that is really quite small. So the government has a huge amount of responsibility and accountability for the health sector in England. And one theoretical approach to understand how voters might hold the government to account for providing good quality services is retrospective voting. So that if the government were to perform really poorly in terms of providing health services, voters could vote them out and replace them with opposition. That in turn creates an incentive for governments not to do anything that that the voters would be displeased with in terms of the welfare state in general. So I'm going to be drawing on retrospective voting. Obviously, there's a ton of literature about this particular theory. It's primarily used in terms of economic arguments. It's the economy stupid, being a famous injunction by a Clinton staffer, but who also said, don't forget about healthcare. So what I'm interested in is whether voters do use elections to reward or punish governments for policy in terms of healthcare. And the sort of consensus, if there is one from the literature, is that there is evidence of retrospective voting, but it depends on certain conditions being in place. And those are listed there on the slide. And that explains why some studies find a retrospective voting effect, others don't. It depends on the context and on what sort of performance you're measuring as well. The other approach I'm drawing on in terms of the theory is from the welfare state literature. So earlier on in the sort of 70s and 80s, work on welfare state looked at why welfare states were expanding more in some countries than others, and what the sort of sociological explanations for that could have been. The focus then after Pearson in 1996 with his work on the new theory of the new politics of the welfare state, was looking at actually what about reductions in the welfare state? Is it really always unacceptable to voters for this to happen? And under what circumstances are governments able to successfully reduce welfare state provision without triggering a huge electoral backlash that would prevent them from actually carrying it out? And finds that actually there are some circumstances like right to buy that took a huge amount of housing out of the public sphere and into private hands, but that there were other reforms that Thatcher attempted or even was dissuaded from doing so because those conditions weren't in place. In terms of healthcare, there's a sort of a mixed bag. In terms of survey results, governments don't get higher ratings or lower ratings based on whether they have recently cut welfare state services. And in Sweden, there were some studies similar to what I've done, one looking at school closures and one looking at reconfigurations of emergency care hospitals. For the schools one, they found that there was no punishment voting effect, but that there was in local areas near the hospitals in Lindbom's paper. So it does seem that there is a potential for voters to notice and react to retrenchment or cuts in welfare services, but it depends on the specific context. So the theory is really quite simple. It's about, can voters observe a change? Can they assign a responsibility to the government? And can they then react to it? And in turn, the government, when undertaking a reduction in services, would try to sort of stymie each step of this process. The particular example that I use as my case study is a series of planned changes from 2016 called the Sustainability and Transformation Plans. So you've got three sort of glossy examples there. Effectively, in England, all local NHS organisations had to group together into sub-regional blocks, sustainability and transformation partnerships, and come up with proposals for how to put their local areas on a more sustainable financial footing, and look as well at things like staffing. A lot of this involved reconfigurations, rationalization of services down onto fewer sites, and so potentially politically problematic for the government. In this study, I use a difference in differences design. So using survey data from before and after the announcement and the publication of these planned changes, I'm able to look at people who lived in areas where their local hospital was planned to be affected and those who lived elsewhere in England, and so construct a counterfactual quasi-control and treatment. Obviously, I'm making some assumptions that people living in those areas didn't have anything sort of systematically different occurring to them at the same time as these changes were being announced. And we'll go back to some of those assumptions later. And I also test the difference in differences statistically using linear regression, using demographic controls, so to try and strip out some of the innate differences between individuals living near those affected hospitals and those who weren't. Also doing some pre-processing to make the control group more similar to the treatment group, again, just a different method. And I also try it including individual fixed effects. So I'm only comparing individuals over time in that model. The data that I use is from the British Election Study Internet Panel. One of the outcome variables, so to measure whether voters become aware of the change, is a question about, do you think that the NHS is getting better, getting worse, or staying about the same? And there's a 5-point scale there. Then looking at voters assigning the responsibility and reacting, I look at voting intention. So whether the individuals in that survey were intending to vote Conservative before the publication of these plans, and whether they did in fact, whether they reported having voted for the Conservatives afterwards, so recalled vote. And in that way, I hope that by measuring both the sort of attitude towards the NHS as well as vote choice, I might be able to get away from anything where sort of their opinion changed, but the voter ultimately decided to put more weight on other considerations. If that is the case, then what we should see is that voters living near these affected hospitals are more likely to have a decline in their feelings about how well the NHS is going, but that wouldn't necessarily be reflected in a change in voting intention. So how many areas are we talking about? I think there was 43 constituencies that contained an affected hospital or A&E, and these are the ones marked in red. Those marked in yellow are ones that are physically touching an affected area, and later on in the robustness checks, I see whether that has an effect or not. And the light blue ones are the control group, so areas that did have a sustainability and transformation plan, but that didn't involve major changes to an A&E or an acute hospital in their constituency. Now, as I mentioned, I did a few things to try and make this comparison between the control and treatment group a bit more convincing. So these are the pre-treatment trends. So from 2015 and 2016, the top graphs are about perception of the NHS changing, and the bottom ones are about Conservative voting intention. I've kept the axis on a 1 to 5 basis. As you can see, there's not really any great change, regardless of whether we're looking at the raw data or whether it's the entropy balance data. The entropy balancing, it's a bit like a matching or reweighting process that establishes covariate balance. So making the treatment group much more similar to the control group in terms of age, gender, all those other variables. And it works pretty well. So you can see that the pre-treatment trends are parallel once we've done that, and they're not massively different even if we don't. So in the results, I use both of these, the raw and the entropy balance data. Okay, so what about the results then? Well, looking first at perception of change. So is the NHS getting better, worse, or staying the same? Regardless of the statistical model that's applied, there isn't, and here's the difference in difference estimator. There's not a statistically significant difference between the treatment group's trends and the control group's trends. Visually, when we look at that, it's pretty obvious, even without doing the statistical analysis, that there's no sort of divergence there between the control group and treatment group after the intervention, which took place, I should say, in December 2016. So some of the plans had leaked out in the public in the autumn. So in December 2016, they decided we'll just publish it all and all become public. And so as we can see, there's really no effect on people's attitudes. And so it would stand to reason then that there'd be no effect either on Conservative vote share, and that turns out to be the case. So another null effect, and as you can see, depending on whether the data is reweighted or not, in fact, people in the areas with hospitals that were planned to close or planned to be downgraded, the effect actually goes the other way. They became slightly more likely to vote Conservative, but there's no statistical significance there. One thing that I was concerned about when doing this was, well, how do we really define what a local hospital is? Yes, constituencies are roughly equal in terms of population size, but geographically, people don't simply stick to their own constituency when it comes to seeking healthcare, and hospitals don't have a catchment area as such. You have choice of where you go. So I reran the analysis using all of the yellow neighbouring constituencies as part of the treatment group to see whether, well, maybe if we cast the net a bit wider, that has an effect. I also thought, what if the effect of retrenchment, what if, some parts of those yellow constituencies, people are going to the hospitals in the red ones? What if I can't really neatly divide people into control and treatment, and so simply excluded those neighbouring yellow constituencies from the analysis and simply compared the red and light blue ones? No significant difference either way. So what to take from this sort of semi-boring null effect? The difference between the two groups, people living close to and not living close to affected hospitals, was not statistically significant at the 0.05 level. Possible there was a very small effect looking at the confidence intervals, but it could even go either way in terms of voting intention. And the fact that there wasn't even an effect at the perception stage suggests that that whole retrospective voting process didn't take place. Obviously, if there had been a perception effect but not a reaction, there would have been a few different ways to explain that. Now, one of the reasons for doing this study was that there was a newspaper report that a group had done an analysis at the constituency level and found that there was a greater swing to Labour in constituencies that were affected by this sort of change. But we see from this study that actually when we look at individuals and we control for the demographic differences, that effect isn't really there. So why could this be? Well, maybe people take a national view of cuts. Maybe there's a sociotropic explanation there. maybe the changes were successfully delegated so that people placed the blame on the NHS or on local managers, or maybe just simply people accepted that there were financial and logistical arguments why you have to consolidate or downgrade services. Maybe there are some systematic differences between the kinds of areas where you have hospitals under threat and the sort of political aspect to those areas. You're much more likely to have a hospital closure in a collection of towns than you are in a rural area where you've got a large geography depending on it. Or maybe it's simply that, you know, broader issues like Brexit crowded out any consideration of your local hospital. Thank you. That's it.
Thanks very much, Mark, for this excellent presentation on a very relevant and timely topic. Again, if you have any questions for Mark, please put them in the Q&A box. Last but not least, the third presentation is from Ralph Scott, and the title is "What explains the effect of university on political values?" If I'm correctly informed. So, if you can share the presentation, Ralph.
Yeah, just trying to do that. Let's see if that works. Can you? Yes, it's just popped up for me. Can everyone else see it?
Yes.
Great. So I'll kick off. Hi everyone. As Steiner said, my name's Ralph. I'm a PhD student at the University of Manchester, just entering my third year of study. My kind of overall PhD research question is looking at the effects of education on political attitudes and behaviour. And so far, I'm kind of moving on to the next stage of the work now, but so far it's primarily been looking at this through the kind of prism of the cohort studies, and specifically the 1970 cohort study. So that's what I'm going to talk through today. I guess the kind of starting point for this analysis is education is increasingly an important explanatory variable in terms of understanding people's vote choice. This is a kind of graph that tries to summarize that. So this is the percentage point Conservative Labour difference at each of the last 3 general elections, but broken down by level of education. And so you can see that the Conservatives have kind of turned what was a position of parity between themselves and the Labour Party to an extremely strong lead among those without school leaving qualifications, so the kind of below GCSEs red line category, a lead of around 40 percentage points. And so this is one thing that I would argue is important in understanding the Conservatives' kind of success in that general election. So one explanation for this change that's out there in the kind of academic literature is that education influences people's underlying kind of political values, political values, and some of those political values are kind of changing in significance. So the 2017 Electoral Shocks book by the British Election Study team has a kind of chapter that discusses this and makes quite a convincing case for this. It's worth saying also this isn't something that's only happening in Britain. In Pippa Norris and Ronald Inglehart's Cultural Backlash book, they talk about the role of education in kind of underpinning support for both kind of more liberal parties, but then a kind of backlash of the radical right among those without qualifications and non-graduates more generally. There's a kind of review paper by Ford and Jennings on cleavages, and they see education as a cleavage within Western Europe. And Rune Stubager in Denmark has kind of done a very detailed account of this kind of education as a cleavage, a political cleavage. I do think Britain's an interesting case, both due to the kind of proportion of those who are university educated. We're somewhat above the average among OECD countries in terms of proportion of people attending university. And also Brexit, I think, Brexit is one of these things that makes Britain particularly interesting because it's kind of refocused people have reviewed their political identity in light of Brexit, and that was influenced by education level. But I think I would argue that we still don't really understand why education has this relationship with people's political values, or at least there's lots of competing explanations, and it's something that's worth more investigation. particularly as to whether education is itself playing a causal role, or whether it's kind of just a proxy and it's attributable to some confounders. So to discuss the existing evidence on that relationship in particular, generally speaking, a high level of education is associated with lower levels of racial prejudice, with being more economically right-wing, so opposing redistribution, but then also with being more socially liberal. And the studies, this is kind of consistent, like a fairly consistent finding, and across the world, generally, particularly among kind of more established democracies. These findings have been demonstrated through kind of World Values Survey data or European Values Survey data. It's generally the case that once you control for people's background and their kind of family upbringing, and then also for their economic position, the effect of education on economic left-right values is reduced, sometimes to the point of kind of non-significance, and it's kind of explained by those other factors. But that's not the case for authoritarianism, the kind of authoritarian liberal axis, nor for prejudice and kind of ethnocentrism more generally. So the question is, what explains that kind of remaining effect once you've accounted for both what I think Pearson calls selection and allocation effects. So what kind of remains? And there's been some excellent work on this by Paula Surridge and Lindsay Patterson before her as well, looked at these questions. And many come down to this kind of solution, or this kind of driver of peer socialization. But there are other things going on beyond peer socialization, and that's what I test in this analysis. We can kind of look at variation in terms of the subject studied and the institution attended to get a sense of what might be behind what might be driving that difference between graduates and non-graduates. So in terms of the hypotheses that I'm going to be testing, from the literature, there are kind of three main hypotheses, at least that I'm looking at in this analysis. The first of these is this idea of institutional socialization. So universities might have different kind of organizational cultures, and that might affect your values, particularly, I guess, if you're considering the whole of the higher education sector within the UK currently, where you have, very selective institutions, and then you have institutions that are more focused on subjects that are kind of closer to vocational. There's a whole, and particularly select for very different types of students as well. You know, they'll have kind of different organizational cultures. I think there's a kind of prevailing view among, I guess, the more tabloid aspects of the public debate, or maybe more mid-market, around this idea of universities being involved in influencing students to be more liberal. And so I think it's worth investigating whether there is whether there is any kind of variation in terms of the institution that people attend. The next of these is the next kind of hypothesis is peer socialization, which is more about, I guess, those kind of contextual effects that relate specifically to the composition of the university you attend. And actually, in this case, it's more the course composition. So that's the interaction of the institution and the subject, the kind of specific subject that you study, with the assumption that that's the people who you are more likely to spend your time with when you're at university. There's been a few really good studies looking at this recently, but they all tend to be in the US context. And they have found evidence for peer socialization, particularly in terms of, I guess, people's values rubbing off on one another. So you're kind of picking up the values of your randomly assigned roommate, for example, as in the Strother et al. Study. But then finally, the kind of hypothesis is one of direct education. So essentially, that what you learn through the subject changes your outlook on your values. So this would be that we'd see a differential change in values. So graduates in some subjects would become more liberal than others, depending on what you study, controlling for selection, the kind of selection confounders, and also the composition of the course. And specifically what we might expect from kind of more descriptive analysis that's looked at this question is arts, humanities, and social science students becoming more socially liberal, or business and kind of law students becoming more economically right-wing. The Mendelberg, McCabe, and Tal study is really good at kind of testing all of these and more hypotheses for this. So I kind of recommend that if this is a question that you're more generally interested in. But again, it's specific to the US context, and they're primarily interested in the economic left-right kind of axis rather than a broader range of values. So I'm going to do something that I've seen other people do in presentations and I appreciated and I think can work well, which is to summarize the findings before I describe the method and then present the findings in more detail. So what I found in this work so far is, I think, good evidence for a direct education effect. There is a so it is the case that arts, humanities and social science graduates become more liberal in the data that I analyze, and business and law students become more right-wing. And that's the case even accounting for pre-treatment confounding, which includes the same values at the age of 16, and then also institutional variation, including the composition of those institutions. Also, interestingly, there's no real evidence for institutional effects, whether those are any variation by institution, really, in terms of these values, but also the effects of the composition of the universe, the composition of the course specifically. So, and that's in some ways the way that that's framed here is learning from contact theory. So it's kind of interacting with people from different backgrounds rather than necessarily people with different ideological positions to yourself. So to talk in a bit more depth about the research design, primarily, as I've said, I'm using the 1970 British cohort study, and I'll talk a bit about that shortly. But that's combined with university statistical release data, which is administrative data that enables me to produce summaries of course level compositional characteristics. So by definition, only graduates have degree subjects and higher education institutions. I mean, that's straightforward. But what that does place limitations on the analysis, because it means that, it means that it's only possible to analyze those things among graduates, and then in turn, the university statistical release data is only available for UCCA graduates. So some of those in this meeting might remember the UCCA. It wasn't, when I went to university, it wasn't it'd been replaced by UCAS, but it was essentially the body that organized applications to university prior to the kind of welcoming of polytechnics into the fold of the university sector. So it's kind of broadly overlaps with the definition of pre-1992 universities. So again, what that means is I performed 3 separate studies to test these hypotheses, and in each case kind of looking at a different nested population. So first I look at the whole population and compare the effect of these different subjects with non-graduates, then look at graduates, and then look at UCCA graduates, but just because of the kind of data availability at each of these levels. Just quickly on the British cohort study, if you're not aware of it, it's a birth cohort study of around 19,000 people. It's kind of a moving target slightly because each time they do a wave, there's a different number of people in the country who were born in this one week in April 1970, but it's roughly this many people. They're currently on the 11th wave of data collection at the moment. And while initially it was focused on kind of health and other kind of, I guess, population questions, kind of demography questions, it's been expanded to include political attitudes, particularly from the age 16 survey onwards. It's very rich for longitudinal analysis because you're not relying, I saw a presentation earlier about the kind of problems of recall, even within 6 months or a year. You're not relying on the respondent remembering things about their upbringing or reporting it. You have that data from their actual birth or from when they were 5 years old. And it also collects data from their parents and so on at various stages. So it's very rich in that way, but it does suffer. One of the major downsides of using a cohort study is it suffers from attrition. So people drop out, and that attrition is not completely at random. It's so I do carry out multiple imputation as a robustness check, and the results I'll be presenting will present the complete case analysis alongside the multiple imputation analysis. Yes, so. And just quickly before I get onto the first study, the outcomes will be familiar to lots of people, I'm sure, but it's the kind of classic measures of liberal authoritarianism and economic left-right, and then also a measure of racial prejudice that was used. I think again this was adapted from something from the British election study from that kind of 1992 period, but yeah, it's a series of kind of they're all scales, I also carried out, as well as the kind of reliability analysis, I've carried out a confirmatory factor analysis, and the overall structure of these looks good. And it does make sense to separate out liberal authoritarianism and racial prejudice according to that factor analysis as two separate kind of values. So on the first study, this is just a kind of simple test of the direct education hypothesis, which is basically estimating the effects of education, exploring the differential effects of degree subject while controlling for selection effects, to see whether all subjects have the same effects or whether there's a difference. The selection effects that I'm controlling for are the kind of these covariates here, so gender, ethnicity, parental social class and education, maternal authoritarianism, which is measured at the age of 5, reading and maths ability at the age of 10, and the respondents' own values at the age of 16. These are drawn from the literature, particularly Surridge's work on this, in terms of those factors that are likely to influence both your values as an adult, but also your likelihood to attend university, so kind of confound that relationship. So that we can compare graduates and non-graduates, I've tested these through doubly robust entropy balanced OLS regression, which balances all of the treatment groups across the pre-treatment covariates through inverse probability weighting, as we kind of heard in the last presentation, before then using those weights in an OLS regression. And that means that the non-graduates that we're comparing are similar to all of this. Like basically they've been matched across all of the 4 groups, which includes the non-graduates groups. Hopefully that makes sense and it'll be clear in the figure. And then just finally, it's necessary to aggregate all of the degree subjects. So I can talk a little bit about that if that's of interest, but the 3 main categories are STEM subjects, so science, technology, engineering and maths, business law and planning, and then arts, humanities and social sciences. Yes, so that's it. So onto the kind of the first set of results, and what I'm presenting here is, so each value set is presented in its own kind of facet. You can see racial prejudice, authoritarianism, and left-right values. The y-axis presents the coefficient, so the relationship, between the treatment and the values. And the colored bar represents these different treatment regimes. So in this case, it's subjects with non-graduates as the reference category. And the x-axis presents the different models, so the complete case, multiple imputation, and this fully specified model. With the fully specified model, I've included all of the possible covariates, including additional measures of social and economic allocation at 30, which I know in terms of some of the causal inference methods is a bit naughty in terms of conditioning on a post-treatment variable. But I think it's interesting to see what happens, particularly to the left-right values, once you account for people's income, tenure, occupational class, and then also whether they're married and a parent. For the kind of fully specified models. So my kind of interpretation of this is as partial support for the direct education hypothesis. As you can see, law and business graduates are significantly more right-wing than other graduates in the complete case analysis, and even in the fully specified models where we're accounting for economic allocation, that remains the case. So there's still a difference there, even controlling for selection and allocation. There are no significant differences between graduates. So basically all types of graduate become more socially liberal. And it doesn't particularly seem to matter here what subject you study. And in the complete case analysis, only those who study arts, humanities and social sciences become or become less prejudiced than the kind of reference category of non-graduates. But we can see that some of that might be a lack of precision attributable to kind of attrition, because in the multiple imputation, all graduates again become less prejudiced, and that's not, they're not significantly different from one another. So on to study 2, where I'm looking at the graduate population in greater detail, and in particular, I'm kind of testing the direct education hypothesis against the institutional socialization hypothesis. So the way that I do that is to carry out a linear fixed effects model and include multiple fixed effects for institutions. So there's, I think, around 140 institutions represented in the data, and I just kind of include a regression term for each of those. And I'm not presenting those here because lots of them are estimated without any precision at all, because they have a small number of respondents. It's just to account for any variation that's attributable to institution when looking at the effects of subject. So if the subject effect persists, that gives us a bit more confidence that it's an education effect as opposed to an effect of the institution, because obviously you can only study some subjects at certain institutions. And so once we do that, it reduces the precision, as you can see, because it's a kind of reduced sample of only the graduates. And here the reference category are arts, humanities, and social science graduates. So to kind of interpret the results, there's no major differences between graduates in terms of the impact on racial prejudice. So it seems like the effect that university has on reducing levels of racial prejudice is unlikely to be attributable to the subject, and therefore to kind of an education effect. And it's more likely something to do with moving away from home or having kind of new experiences. It's bearing in mind that we're controlling for prejudice before they attend university. Yes. I can talk a bit more about the mobility things because I've looked at that as well, but that's a separate analysis. It's also clear that arts, humanities, and social science graduates become significantly more liberal than those studying other subjects. So here, there's the fact that the reference category is arts, humanities, social science. So, and the same is true of law and business becoming more right-wing, more economically right-wing than arts, humanities, and social science graduates. So it suggests this is starting to suggest that there's something about these subjects themselves that's leading to the divergence. I've also tried treating institution as a random effect, as a random intercept, and there's so little difference between institutions that actually it's sometimes quite hard. You end up with a singular model quite a lot of the time. So just to kind of just to say that. Finally, study 3. So what could explain this difference? I mean, there's still various things that we might want to test, and in this case, I'm testing the peer socialization. So rather than the kind of institution itself being significant, it could be the composition of that institution. So as I mentioned previously, what I've done here is construct course level using the university's statistical release data, which is kind of like a census for each year of people attending different universities and different courses. I've constructed measures of course level privately educated and course level kind of foreign born, so non-UK born students, and then included those as a fixed effect in the same model as used in study 2. By necessity, that means I'm only looking at UCCA graduates here. So again, it's a kind of reduced sample. And it's worth saying that there's a huge number of different courses represented in the data. There's 105 principal subjects that I looked at and 139 institutions. So there's over 1,200 unique courses in the data. So, an example of a subject might be something like botany, specifically within the biological sciences, and then an institution is somewhere like St Andrews or or kind of. So that's just to give you a sense of what's in the data. And so among the results for the third study, this shows among UCCA graduates, the impact of subject on your values at the age of 30 while controlling for the effects of course composition. The results are very similar to the last study, albeit with reduced precision. What we can see is that, again, arts, humanities, and social science graduates become more liberal than STEM graduates, and both law and business and STEM graduates are more economically right-wing among this group. I haven't presented here the results for the composition measures themselves because they're all null. There's no effect of the composition of your course on your values as an adult. So this kind of fairly limited test of the contact theory, the kind of contact theory hypothesis, isn't supported through this data. So just to kind of sum up and provide some kind of points for discussion, what I've found in this data is that the effects of university and political values are not reducible to peer socialization, and that seems to be the trend in the literature. What people tend to alight on peer socialization, but I think there's a good case that there's a direct education effect going on as well, given these kind of subject differences while accounting for all these other effects. So there's this kind of question about the role of subject curriculum and pedagogy in secondary socialization, and it's something to look at in a bit more depth. What I'm currently doing with this work is obviously hoping to generalize beyond the cohort looked at, and using panel designs to look at change within individuals over time. So I'm using the BEARS internet panel to do that currently. But it does seem as though it's not just about who you know, it's also partly about what you know or what you come to know through education that has an effect on people's political values. And that's it. I'll stop sharing.
Thanks very much, Ralph. That's really fascinating, certainly in light how salient this culture war and the effect of higher education is. This is super timely. I'm sure there will also be questions and praise from the audience. I see some fingers already, or thumbs up rather. So I propose to, go over to questions from the audience. I see in the Q&A that Zach Grant has asked a few questions. I don't know if you can or would like to come on the stage. I think you should you can request to share your audio video. Maybe we had this issue in the previous panel. Oh yeah, I can add you. There you come.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, or I can, yeah.
It's actually all one question, just a bit of a sprawling one for Steve, really. I mean, I was just interested that London is richer than the other regions in the south, but also, according to your data, a lot less happy and has a lot worse subjective health. Obviously, a lot of that could be the Wilkinson-Pickett story about inequality, but I just wondered if this could be a bit of an artifact of us measuring income before housing costs are taken into account. And the ONS has data on average regional income after housing costs are taken into account. I wonder if that makes a big difference here. Obviously, housing is much more expensive in London than a lot of other places. And do the gaps close once we account for that? I don't know if you have anything to say about that, but that's just what I was thinking when I saw the point there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Zach, and well noticed. Yeah, so the health thing includes quite a few mental health, including stress indicators, and from that survey and from other surveys, we kind of know that there are more mental health issues in London relative to the rest of the south, and so I believe that result. Yes, I think you're onto something about housing costs, and in some senses it's part of my sort of broad brush argument. I don't consider the inequality argument entirely separate from the housing costs thing. But as far as I know, we don't have a 40-year time series of income adjusted for housing costs in a way that I can present. And as I said, I'm not trying to kind of do a panel data analysis to properly identify this. So I'm very sympathetic to that idea, but just can't unpick it. Yeah.
That's fair enough. I just wondered if the data was extensive enough. That's fair enough. Thank you, Steve.
Actually, one just further point on this. The other thing that I noticed, I mean, I have seen the FT write about how, when you take London incomes and you adjust them for housing costs, they're actually no better off than in the north. So some people are paying attention to that, but it also just it kind of raises alarm bells to my head as to how good the average is there. As an indicator for experiences. I think there's huge diversity within London because of the inequality. Yeah.
Thank you.
Super, thanks for the question and answer. I have a few questions, one for Mark, one from Ralph, from Rob Jump. Would you like to try and join the stage? Here Rob comes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic, thanks. I had a thought just in that last question, which I thought was a good question. If you wanted to get before and after housing costs income regionally, you could use the Family Expenditure Survey, which goes back way before your sample period, and it's a bit of a fiddle. But if you ask the Institute for Fiscal Studies, I'm pretty sure they'd just be able to give you regional series of income before and after housing costs, because they at one point had a database with all that stuff on. So that would be an easy way to go, and that would go back to the 60s, I think.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay. But yeah, I thought that was a really interesting paper as well. I've got a question for Mark and a question for Ralph. Should I ask them both at once? Okay, cool. So for Mark, yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I really enjoyed the the fact that it was a really precise treatment, which was nice. I wonder, because what you're trying to estimate is an average treatment effect on the treated cohorts, where the treated cohort, by your definition, are people living in areas in which hospitals are potentially going to close, or at least there's some signal that they're going to close. But hardly anyone actually uses a hospital in a given year, compared to the population of these places. So I wonder if another possible explanation is that you're trying to work out an ATT, but your definition of the treated group is imprecise. Whereas I think that in the data you're using, you probably do have information at least on things like health status, like poor health in the last year or whatever. So I wonder if you could just look at the effect on people in poor health, or you could even motivate some kind of triple differences method if you split up. You said that you've got like people in poor health and people in good health within each constituency. Maybe that would be a way of pinning down, being able to get a measurable effect. Or of course, it might just be that there is no measurable effect. But I thought it was really interesting. And for Ralph, so I was really nice to see someone do something with the cohort studies. And I thought it was a really nicely kind of motivated methodology. I wonder if there's any mature students. Are people old enough yet in the 1970s cohort study for you to have got people that went to university in their 20s and then went to university like again in their 40s or 50s, to do this before and after in a cohort study? And I thought if you don't in the 1970s study, then there almost certainly must be a lot of people in the 1958 cohort study for which you'd be able to get adult learners, because at that point maybe you've got people that go to university within the space of waves in which you've got these political questions. So they were my questions, but I thought it was really interesting papers.
Okay, if I go first, so I could definitely do something, even if it's with a proxy in terms of age and gender of likelihood to use hospital services to get at that particular effect. But that's asking the question of, is it people's personal experience and personal contact with the NHS that effectively makes them able to respond to that signal? And that is one of the questions I'm looking at in my thesis later on, to see, what's the role of personal experience in people's views of the NHS. But in terms of the motivation around, can the electorate hold the government to account for decisions like this? If any effect is limited to a small issue public of people who routinely use services, or even people who are employed by the NHS, very wedded to it, that's not going to generate enough of a sort of punishment effect to have that, to induce that accountability. So I think it's an interesting question, but a little bit separate from the original motivation of, can governments get away with local hospital services, or are they going to face punishment when that happens? Sorry, you're muted, Rob.
Sorry, I was just saying that, yeah, I can see what you mean. That's kind of the political genius of austerity in a sense, isn't it? Is that, just punish someone very far from the median voter very, very severely and reduce the deficit that way. More or less.
I mean, in some ways, I would have expected this to be an example that does induce that sort of effect, because two of the factors that Pearson talks about are, is it a really tangible, measurable thing? It's not like a 0.5% top slice off something. It's a building that people know and can be attached to. And also, can it induce like networks of people to campaign and mobilize? And I know that at least some Labour candidates or MPs did use this stuff in their campaign materials, but apparently not to huge effect.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. Thanks.
Ralph, I think, does anyone else experience sound problems, or is it just me? I think it may. Okay, it's just me. That's good. So please, Ralph.
Yes, I'm having a few bugs as well. Sorry, so I dropped off temporarily, but I caught the question and everything, so I can address that. So what I'm looking at here is values at the age of 30. So if to define a mature student, it would just be someone who didn't attend immediately after school, I would assume. And I'm not, because I feel like the difference there is relatively small. I think initially I did look at that, but I didn't find anything that looked particularly interesting. When it comes to, obviously now that the cohort is that much older, and there will be many mature students within the data, the problem I had with the age 42 survey, where they also asked values measures, is for whatever reason, the values measures didn't have a lot of internal reliability at that age. And it's something I need to look at again, but I wasn't that confident using them as a dependent variable for that reason. There has been some really interesting work by the CLS when this data first came out on the effects of lifelong learning. So they asked a lot of questions at the age of 30, not just about degree, but just generally people's kind of educational experience. I think partly because the new Labour government at the time was very interested in lifelong learning. And so lots of questions were funded to that extent. The models could have been more developed in terms of controlling for values at the age of 16 and so on, but they found some interesting things then in terms of lifelong learning reducing prejudice. That was their kind of the primary research question. One thing I will be doing in terms of the mature students point is in the next phase of analysis, so looking at the British selection study, I need to figure out the best way of doing this, but certainly to look at the effect of being a full-time student, at the age when most people are full-time students, if they ever are a full-time student, versus being a mature student, whether that's looking at the interaction between that and age or something else. I just need to figure out the best way of modeling it. But I think it's a really good question and one that I'm keen to address. Yeah.
Thanks very much. I have a few more questions lined up. Where were we? Mark Burden would like to answer a question. Would you like to join the stage, Mark? Otherwise,
It's me. I'm already here.
Oh, sorry.
It was to ask Ralph about.
I didn't realize. I'm very sorry about that.
That's all right. So this might be one that makes people nervous in terms of future university funding, but I'd be interested to know what individual degrees push people the most left or right, bearing in mind I know there's going to be a lot of sort of noise and variation in terms of individual subjects, if you've got that.
I've tried to unmute myself, but can anyone hear me? So there we go.
We can hear, but it's broken.
So can you hear me? Nothing. It tells. Is there anything?
You're breaking up is the main thing, but too much that you can't really hear you at all. Ralph's disappeared.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with so I'm a bit distracted also. Sorry.
Okay, shall I chair while you try and
sorry, Mark, for that mess up because I was distracted. I didn't realize it was you. Okay.
Oh, Javier's coming to the rescue.
It seems to work for me now again.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Ralph is coming back. Yeah, Ralph is back. All right, can you hear?
Hello, is this better?
Yay.
Yeah. Okay, great. So the question was around the effects of kind of specific subjects, right? And I think that links to a question that Zach asked as well. So I might just cover that seeing as we have limited time. I don't know if maybe Zach can follow up if I don't address it. I think, I mean, it's a really good question. It's interesting. I guess the overall problem is one that you pointed out, which is once you start getting down to very specific subjects, you end up with a very small number of observations. And so it's this kind of question of granule sizes and how big do you want your group so that you can make fairly reliable estimates of an effect versus, being able to say something specific about economics or other subjects. I don't know if it's worth me trying to share my screen. To share how I broke things up, but I tried to follow the Heeser's JAX kind of coding, and then group subjects by their proximity within that JAX coding, and have a relatively small number of aggregate groups so as to carry out the entropy balancing. Because it's quite hard once you start getting into very specific subjects. It's quite hard to find kind of a quadruple that all match one another in terms of the balancing. The balancing doesn't work out quite so well in terms of the matching. But I think it's a good question around the robustness when you kind of change those groupings and move one subject to another, and what that does to the effect. Economics is currently within arts, humanities, and social science, by the way, and I could move it to something else. I think psychology I ended up putting into STEM, but equally psychology could sit elsewhere. One alternative divisions I did try was kind of more vocational subjects versus more purely academic subjects, and within that vocational category I included things like medicine and law, as well as kind of engineering, basically subjects where I suppose an aspect of what you're doing is working towards a profession, and the effects were there was much less difference than within the kind of specific subject groupings that I have here, but I should include that as a kind of an alternative way of looking at the question. But yeah, no, it's a very good point, and one I can do as a robustness check, certainly.
Thanks very much. I think Jeff Evans has a few questions, and then there's a few specific ones left, which I may perhaps want to read out, but I'll give the floor to Jeffrey Evans first. Can you try and join the stage? Yep, there he comes.
Hi. I'm on, yeah, okay.
Yes.
A great panel. I thought all papers were really impressive and interesting, especially for anybody who's interested in British politics and aspects of it. I've got just a couple of questions or comments, one for each, really. For Mark, actually, I was wondering if you'd, because when you gave your talk, I had a quick look at the British Election Study panel, and there isn't actually a lot of stuff on hospital usage in there that I could see you being able to use, actually. It was like, yeah, less interesting than I thought. But of course, in terms of the crowding out thesis that you have, we do have things like the most important issue, and you can condition on that and see if for those people who NHS was the most important issue, it's relevant. Now, there may not be many of those, but that's informative too. So is it because no one puts the NHS down as the most important issue, but the ones who do are actually, it's consequential in those areas, or just generally, and then, or not? I mean, because then you would just nail down precisely the reason why the dog isn't barking, as it were, a little more, as well as the vulnerability type measure that someone else was mentioning a bit earlier. But I think obviously getting dogs don't bark published is harder, even though it shouldn't be. But if you can actually, as it were, identify where the link fails to work more precisely, then that's actually gives it a better chance, I think, of getting through the review process. Anyway, so that was just one thought. On Steve's paper, I was just thinking about London's amazing growth of ethnic minority composition in recent decades, and which is like over 40%, I think now, which compared to the broad stretch of like the north, etc., and which includes the Midlands and Wales, is phenomenally high. And we know that ethnic minorities are very left, and also much of your effect is about left-right rather than liberal values, and that's probably more relevant to that group than, say, to the university-educated sorts of people. And I wonder if that was a factor for London's fascinating divergence, really, from the South more generally. And then for Ralph, yeah, I was really interested in trajectory and decay, because you've got these various stages in the cohort study, and it's hard to do trajectory with too many points before they go to university, because I don't think we measure the things you need to measure. But I mean, afterwards, you can say, do these value differences from university effects remain, or do they decay? And now, if they remain, is that because of context, as it were? Do contexts facilitate the remaining? You shift into different jobs and then you keep it, or is it actually simply to do with, you know, maybe the values themselves that have a way of interpreting information which preserves their position through some sort of psychological motivation from that point on? So looking at change over time after they've left university, I think, for people in different contexts, could actually tell us a bit more about the nature of these effects. Anyway, so that was all I had to say. As I said, great panel.
I'll just, if I may, thanks very much for these questions and the positive comments. Also, I'll just read out the other two comments because we're running out of time, or the other questions, and they're quite specific. From Zach Grant, Ralph, just for clarification, are economic graduates in the humanities/social science group, or, sorry, I'm not reading it out very clearly. Ralph, just for clarification, are economic graduates in the humanities/social science groups or law and business? Presumably most right-wing groups in the former. If so, worth testing what happens if you move them. Did you understand the question?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, and the final question is, thank you for the great presentation. To Ralph also, fascinating work. I missed how you said you measured left-right. Is it economic left-right or general left-right scale? So these are all the questions we have. So please, Ralph, if you would like to start, perhaps.
Okay, I've unmuted myself. Hopefully you can hear me again. I think discussed previously, but I'm happy to follow that up with him as well if it's helpful. On John's point, I think that's a really interesting and important point. One that's quite challenging in terms of the modelling approach. I guess.
Sorry, Ralph. I think that we have a problem again with the sound, or am I the only one again?
No.
Okay. Okay, maybe we.
Can I quickly respond to Jeff and pitch in with another question, couple of questions for the other two? So, Jeff, you're quite right. I should have mentioned ethnicity as an issue. I do think it might be more gradual because London was already pretty ethnically diverse. And I think your comment cuts both ways. So it could be part of the way we understand ethnic minorities being more left-wing is to remember that they're all, a lot of them in London and in other big core cities. So, yes, thank you for that. And we should try to do a future version where we kind of isolate that ethnic thing, because we could just redo the numbers just based on white respondents to see how much of it is ethnic minorities. My quick questions and comments ish for Mark and Ralph is, Mark, I'm intrigued as to, having done your study, what you now think about Hartlepool and Kidderminster and the really famous cases of hospital closures and the politics of them, and whether you think they're just freak events or whether you actually think they're overblown and people overestimate it. I mean, obviously with Kidderminster, you had an independent MP, so that obviously is a real effect. But Hartlepool, you could quibble about whether it was actually really that important as people say it was. And Ralph, just get the impression, if you're measuring change from 16 to 30 and you're thinking about subject effect versus peer effect, I got the sense you weren't that confident in your measure of peer effects. Have you tried aggregating the respondents at age 16 and their prior values across subjects as a measure of the peers? Because really what happens when these students go to university and then they spend a few years after university is the university really shapes their social networks and their friendship groups change dramatically. And this, so by, they go to university in 1988 and then you're measuring them in the year 2000. A lot of what they think about politics in the year 2000 will be influenced by their friendship and their career groups. when they when they're age 30 in the year 2000s. So that's the other point I was going to raise is can you kind of try to unpick whether some of it is because they went into different career groups, and you've got the whole OSH stuff on selection into certain kinds of class groups, whether you can call them class groups. Sorry, that wasn't as clear as I'd hoped it was. Thank you.
I don't know if Mark's already responded, but I don't. If my audio is now working, I might seize the opportunity. So, just to say on the on Jeff's point, I think it's a really important point, and I was within the cohort studies, the repeated measures are relatively rare of the values. So kind of having a good kind of latent growth model or something along those lines is difficult because it's only measured, I think, at 3 points, so at 16, 30, and 42. And I wasn't too confident in what happened at the age of 42 anyway. I'm not sure. Probably need to take another look at that. But I'm keen to do that for the British election study data, which has the kind of the values measures as top-up items. And so they are much more frequently measured. And so you can look at a bit more of what happens over time. Obviously, you have a limited time period at the moment, but you can look at that within person change as they experience university and then go on to kind of enter the labour market. All of this, you end up with quite reduced samples, unfortunately. But yeah, no, that it is and I guess it ties into Steve's point around the role of the role that university plays in creating your kind of social network that persists for the rest of your life, as well as your kind of career, the employees that you interact with, and so on. And that's something I want to look at potentially through understanding society. There was a presentation earlier on today about the contextual effects of relationships that I think Kerry was presenting, and that's something that I'm really interested in looking at. But it's hard. None of these data sets seems to contain all of these measures, so it's kind of piecing it together from different different longitudinal data. I think that was there was a question around the measure of economic left-right, and that's the standard kind of measure of economic left-right. I think when they constructed the survey for so it's the value scale taken from Jeff and others' work from the kind of British election studies of 1987 and 1992, and I think they just adapted that and had a slightly reduced questionnaire of about 5 items in the kind of year 2000 wave of the British cohort study. So it's just that measure.
Thanks very much, Mark. You still had a question unanswered, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I am not sure whether Kidderminster could happen today. I mean, I was interested to see that the Health Concern Party still has some local government seats down there. But yeah, I just wonder whether the context of ongoing austerity has meant that expectations have changed a little bit. Yeah, it's a tricky one. In terms of Hartlepool, I do feel like it's got its own political microclimate. At the by-election, there was a local independent who got 10% of the vote share, which didn't get much commented on, but which I think indicates there's a very, very localist sort of feeling in the town there. So yeah, it's a tricky one. I do think people care about local services and local hospitals, but the way that they are sort of brought into the political arena is not necessarily the obvious one. I mean, I think probably desire to save the local hospital might have spurred on some Conservative votes at that Hartlepool by-election, of saying, you know, we can work with the government, I can fight within the party for this. So I think that I would characterise Kidderminster and Hartlepool as exceptions to the rule, where there's been a particularly good network of campaigning that has made a difference.
Thanks very much. We reached the end of the time. We can go on for a little bit more if there's more comments, although there's a general meeting taking place right now, so maybe people will have to make their way there. Not quite sure if there's any other final comments or answers. Sorry for the slight technological hiccups during this session, so I lost the plot a little bit. Otherwise, thanks very much for your presentations and your attendance to this panel. I thought it was very interesting, and it aroused quite a bit of debate.
So very happy to have welcome our three paper presenters, Nicole Martin, Heinz Brandenburg, and Lauren McLaren, and their co-authors to the panel called Brexit 2. It's not Brexit also. So we're going to go in the order of presenters. So if just without further ado, Nicole, if you're happy to share your screen and we start the panel.
Yeah, sounds great.
And 15 minutes per person. I'm gonna.
Cool. So I'll set my. Great. So can you, someone just tell me that you can see my slides?
I can see your slides.
Okay. And you can see, okay. Brilliant. So thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Nicole Martin. I work at the University of Manchester, and I've retitled my paper to something a bit more EPOP friendly. So what I'm trying to do in this presentation is answer the question of whether the EU referendum mobilised EU immigrants in the UK to vote. So the graph that kind of set me off thinking about this paper is this one. It shows Google search trends in the UK over the calendar year of 2016. And hopefully you don't have to be a genius to work out what this big spike in the middle of the year is. That's the week of the EU referendum. So if you do this for other related terms like passport or nationality, you do it in other languages, in Polish language in particular, you see the same spike in people looking for online information. But don't worry, this isn't a paper about Google Trends. What this made me think, is this a mobilization event? In some ways, it looks like a classic example of one that has potential to do this. So a great example of a political event that mobilized a group of immigrants to become citizens and then voters is Proposition 187 in the 90s in California. So Proposition 187 was described as the Save Our State ballot initiative. And its aim was to stop undocumented migrants from accessing social services like education, healthcare, and other social services. It was supported and passed by majority of white voters in California, but Latino voters were very much opposed. What's important for our purposes here, however, is that Proposition 187 was met with a big street protest movement, and it increased citizenship among Latinos in California about 50 to 100% year on year from 1993 to 1996, ending up with over 300,000 people naturalizing in 1996, more than previously, but also more than other comparable states. So this was a group of permanent residents who were sensing a growing hostility to their political and economic interests. And in this case, they chose to enter the political system in large numbers. Could Brexit be this? So I should have mentioned this image on the right before. I'm sorry about that. But it's another example of permanent residents in a democracy sensing growing hostility to their political and economic interests. For instance, this poster from the EU, the European Parliament elections in 2014 from UKIP, essentially is saying to native voters that EU migrants are an economic threat to you. And after the referendum, there are many documented instances of xenophobic abuse, harassment, targeted at Europeans in the UK, particularly those from Eastern Europe, so Polish people being the largest group therein. These are cards that were distributed in Huntingdon in late June 2016. And there's also a kind of burgeoning social movement around the rights of EU citizens living in the UK, and talking about being European as an identity. So not just a legal category, but perhaps an identity that people can see themselves belonging to, that might form the basis of political mobilization. So if we think about immigrant voters and minority voters, classically, there is this so-called iron law that immigrant and ethnic minority voters tend to support parties on the left. This is not just the case in the UK and the US, but many studies of local, regional and national elections in other European countries find the same kind of thing, even if it's not always support for the Social Democrats. The key factor explaining this association between a minority group and a party usually turns out to be the party's reputation on the rights and interests of that ethnic minority or immigrant group. So in the UK case, that would be the Labour Party's legacy of passing anti-discrimination legislation. But you can also see in exceptions to the rule that minority or immigrant voters tend to support parties on the left being explained like that as well. For instance, Cubans and Venezuelans in the US being more likely to support Republicans than other Latino voters because of the Republican stance on Cuba and Venezuela, but also resettler voters in Germany who have a strong ethnic German identity and have tended to support the CDU and CSU due to the welcoming statements that Helmut Kohl made at times of large numbers of arrival. So ethnic identity and parties linked with an interest group seems to be the kind of explanation in the literature. Does the same story apply to EU migrants in the UK? Well, I'm not necessarily sure that it does. So whilst most migrant groups, generalizing hugely, but most migrant groups tend to at first work in working class occupations, migrants from older EU member states in the UK are typically highly skilled. They have relatively high earnings. Their qualifications are usually recognized in the UK labour market. It's not the case for migrants from other groups in the different times in history. Although migrants from accession countries are more often in lower paid occupations. It's really not clear to me that the party legacy of the Labour Party as the party that stuck up for Black and Asian people historically is relevant to migrants from the EU who often see themselves as white. Yes, and also legacies of kind of in-group socialization. So where new arrivals from a country of origin are socialized into supporting a party by older arrivals doesn't seem to be the case here for a group that is relatively, the majority of whom arrived more recently than those who were post-war migrants. Also, there is some research that says immigrants from communist countries are historically less supportive of left-wing parties, and that might be relevant for those from post-Soviet states. So I look at this in the period immediately after the referendum, really, not in the years subsequently, although I'd like to do that another time. And I use survey data to do this. The Understanding Society survey has it's a nationally representative stratified probability sample of the UK, and it has 2 boost samples of ethnic minority and immigrant populations. The one that's relevant for us is the second, which included more migrants from EU member countries. So these respondents joined the study in 2015, but weren't really asked normal political questions until 2016, which is obviously problematic for my baseline measurement. And I focus on country of birth rather than citizenship. But I think this is defensible because it's what lots of scholarship does in this field. Okay, so just a quick look at voter eligibility among migrants from different countries. I split older EU member states in the top and those from states that joined the EU after 2004 at the bottom. And you can see that UK citizenship is much rarer amongst those coming from accession countries, about 1 in 5. This is data collected in 2016, 2017. And you can also see that the median year of arrival is much later for those coming from the EU compared to other migrant groups, but also much later amongst those from accession countries. And my research design, I essentially compare those who were interviewed at different points in the year to each other. So many papers claim the interview date is as good as random. I'm not always convinced by that claim, but I think it's a reasonable one in this case because in Understanding Society, households are issued to fieldwork that sent their questionnaires each month, rather than just all being sent and then chased up through the rest of the year. And each quarter is a separate random sample drawn from the same sampling frame as the others. Of course, late responders might be different to early responders, so I control for the number of calls that will need to be made to a house before yeah, the number of calls that were made to a house in pursuit of interviews from that household, and also the median number, the days between first contact and first interview for a household. And you can see in the later time periods, those numbers are higher. So people in the later time periods are later responders. So control for those and other factors. And this is what our interviews look like over the course of 2016. I don't think you can see the bottom of my slides here. So that's not very helpful, but there we go. That's the EU referendum date, the blue line, and the turquoise one on the right is how I split the post-referendum period quite arbitrarily. So the first thing I wanted to know is which parties do those born in the UK tend to support. So the first column shows you those who responded none. I should explain the question, which is a combination of party identity, and then if you don't have a party identity, you're asked who you would vote for if there was a general election tomorrow. And I combine these to kind of make an implied vote intention. So I think it's the best measure that I could get with this data, although it's not the same as other election studies. So if we look at migrants from older EU member states, far fewer say that they don't have a party they identify with or would vote for. But among those that do, they're about twice as likely to support Labour as compared to the Conservatives. If we look at those from accession countries, about half of respondents say they don't have a party preference of any kind. But if you look at those that do, they're about equally likely to support Conservatives and Labour. So this is quite different from what we see when we look at other migrant voters in the UK, where they're more likely, about four times as likely to support Labour as they are to support the Conservatives. But the final column is this can't vote column. So I have to explain this response as well. It's not that you are asked, can you vote or not, or are you registered to vote? You just asked your party preference. And then spontaneously, some respondents say as their party preference, oh, I can't vote, which is a reasonable thing to say. Of course, you can have a party identity even if you can't vote in some elections. But if that's the thing that's foremost on your mind, then you say, I can't vote as a kind of spontaneous response. If we look at how this changed over the course of the 2016 and the first months of 2017, so the baseline period is those who say none, they don't have an implied vote intention, and we're comparing people in different time periods to those in the pre-referendum period. And you can see that in the immediate post-referendum period, there's an increase in the proportion of people saying, I can't vote spontaneously when asked about their party identification or vote intention. And there's also a decrease in support for the Conservatives. In the kind of raw data, it roughly doubles from about 11% of people saying I can't vote before the referendum to 21% saying that after the referendum period. We might also care about other political attitudes, such as political interest, and how welcome people feel in the UK. So political interest increases among EU migrants in the UK after the EU referendum. All of these models are adjusted for various individual characteristics to try and make the comparison over the year more robust. It increases by about 0.14 on a scale of 1 to 4. So not a insignificant or meaningless increase, but also not completely shocking. If we look at whether people feel welcome and whether this might say something about, so the logic behind a mobilization event in response to a kind of hostile political event would be that the event raises the salience of ethnic identity and or makes people feel more or less welcome and therefore changes their behavior. And this is a response to whether people feel that people from their country are welcome in the UK. Now, over the whole time period, most people agree or strongly agree with this proposition, which is quite heartening. But in the immediate period post-referendum, the proportion saying they feel welcome decreases. And in the later post-referendum period, so from October to January, those from accession countries also there's still a decrease in those saying they feel strongly welcome. But those from old EU member states seem to not feel any less welcome than before. But there is absolutely no change in the belief of EU migrants in the UK, agreement with the statement that people from their country can work hard and get ahead in the UK. High levels of agreement with this, which is why we're looking at strongly agree, and there's absolutely no change over this time period in that. So I want to just present some results looking at survey data on general elections before I finish. But I do want to have a kind of strong health warning for the kind of sample size of this data, and also the fact that the data collected in 2015 is from a different sample that wasn't targeted at migrants. So it's probably less representative. We know it's less representative in a number of ways. So if we look at this kind of bottom part of the table here, it shows you turnout, self-reported turnout amongst UK citizens who were born in either older EU member states or accession countries in 2015 and 2017, which I think is the fairest comparison. And we see there is an increase in turnout here. Of course, so yeah, with the health warnings about all of that, I think that's worth noting. And if we look just briefly,
time is running out a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm on my penultimate, almost penultimate slide, so I will finish. If you look at vote choice, you see that support for Labour in 2017 is much higher, so from 34 to 53% from 2015 to 2017. And support for Conservatives has dropped, but you can see from the end that, again, there's severe health warnings about this data. I can put it on a graph and make it look very impressive, but I don't want to make you think that it's more than it is. So to summarise my results, I think that the EU referendum in 2016 perhaps mobilised EU immigrants in the UK to be aware of the lack of electoral rights they had in national elections, and it hurt the Conservatives lost some support, and political interest also increased. Why should you care? Well, looking forward, one of the things about Proposition 187 was this large increase in citizenship, but with settled status not granting the same political rights as citizenship, I don't know if this is going to be a long-term, have a long-term effect. If we think about generational change in 2018, 8% of children in primary school in England and Wales had a white other ethnicity, many who were the children of white migrants from the EU, and based on other groups of immigrants, the legacy of something like Brexit may shape voting patterns for a long time. But if the second generation aren't racialized in the way that children of migrants from Commonwealth countries were racialized, who experienced more racism, then maybe it will not have such a big impact. I guess we'll just have to see. And I guess, should you care? Well, it reminds us that what parties do matters, and the iron law really depends on the political context of the time that people are voting in. Okay, I'll stop there. Thanks very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So just to let everybody know that we do Q&A at the end of the session, but if you already have questions for the speakers as they're speaking, then you can use the Q&A tab to write down your comments, questions that we can then get to. But now the floor is for Heinz and Brian.
Right, let me can you see this? No.
Not at the moment.
I don't know why it's not doing this. Why not? I don't know why it's not allowing me to share the screen. Not sharing. Go away. Oh, fuck's sake. Ah, no.
Hi, are you trying to share your windows or the
Sorry,
individual?
I'm really struggling here. Because I'm clicking the thing and it doesn't allow me to share.
I would suggest refreshing and rejoining. That usually helps. If not, we can look to see we can fix it another way.
Why would you do this?
Alex, do you want to send me your slides by email? Because I've heard from people that apparently I might try to share for you.
I'm trying one more time and then I will do that. No, it's just... Okay, I'll just email you the slides.
Yeah, perfect. Let's hope that will work.
Yeah. If my computer wasn't completely frozen now, oh no. Oh, this is just on.
We all love online conferences.
Oh, this is just crap. No, I'm just a. This is ridiculous.
And let Brian know if he can share it.
Yeah, that would maybe help.
Okay, shall we try actually for if Lauren is happy to go now, and then we come back to Heinz's and Brian's presentation in a little while.
That's fine with me. Do you want me to try to share my presentation?
If you can
now?
try to share your screen.
Is that okay, Heinz? Because
I
I don't want to stop whatever he's doing.
Yeah, I think Heinz disappeared for a moment, but I'll send him a message.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, here we go. I'll give it a try.
Okay, this seems to be working.
Okay, let's see if it likes the slideshow as well.
Yeah, it seems to be working.
It's working.
Yeah.
Other than the top bit, but let's see how we go. Okay, so for some of you, the title of this paper may sound familiar. It's a paper that I presented an earlier version of at EPOP live and in person 2 years ago at Glasgow. And as you're going to hear, kind of the first part of the story, if you heard it before, is a bit similar to what I said last time, but you'll also hopefully see the direction of the story will head in a different direction very, very shortly. Okay, so among the analyses of how people voted in the Brexit referendum, some of the key predictors of voting, the immediate predictors, I should say, included factors like perceptions of what would happen to the British economy if we left the European Union, and perceptions of whether the EU was undermining British identity. And as you can see in the breakdown of percentages here, about 35% of the British public in the lead up to the referendum agreed that the British economy would become worse as a result of leaving the European Union. But about 32% thought that there would be little difference from leaving the EU, and 23% said that the economy would get better as a result of leaving the EU. And this is despite what seemed like a daily barrage of very stark economic forecasts from lots of different experts warning of terrible economic consequences of leaving the European Union. As you can see, the overwhelming majority of British people simply were not convinced that the economy would become worse as a result of leaving the European Union. So that was one of the big predictors of how people voted in the referendum. But another big predictor was perceptions of the impact of the EU on British identity, with a majority agreeing that the European Union was undermining British identity. And the fact that these were important kind of immediate predictors of how people voted is not entirely surprising, because these are some of the key factors that have been emphasized in the general literature on attitudes to the European Union for a long time. So my paper is not a reanalysis of how people voted in the referendum. There have already been many analyses of voting behavior in the referendum. So that's not what I'm trying to do here. Instead, what I'm trying to do is understand where these perceptions came from. How did some people conclude that the British economy would get better, or at the very least that there would be little difference in terms of economic effects of leaving the European Union in the lead up to the referendum? And how did some people come to the conclusion that the EU was undermining British identity? Without doubt, as many of the analyses of voting in the referendum showed, campaign effects very likely mattered. But of course, the campaign was not run on a tabula rasa of the British population. And it's likely that pre-existing perceptions and dispositions impacted how people came to view issues like whether leaving the European Union would matter for the British economy and whether the EU was undermining British identity. And my focus in the analysis for today is on pre-existing concerns about immigration and pre-existing authoritarianism. Both of these have been shown to be strongly related to how people voted in the referendum. But again, what I'm trying to do is a bit different than looking at voting behavior itself, in that I want to understand the extent to which these predispositions later impacted how people perceived these questions about whether leaving the EU would harm the British economy and whether the EU was undermining British identity in the lead up to the referendum. A big problem with doing this, though, is that pre-existing perceptions of the European Union also matter. And disentangling those pre-existing perceptions of the EU from things like concerns about immigration and authoritarianism, and then trying to establish the impact of those on how people answered later questions about the economic and identity impacts of the EU in the lead up to the referendum. Even with a really fantastic panel survey like the British election panel study, it's very, very difficult to sort out what is causing what in this kind of context. And in fact, I thought you might be interested to see, for instance, what the relationship is between what people said more than 2 years before the referendum about how they would vote if a referendum were to be held, and their answers to those questions about what would happen to the British economy if we left the European Union, and the identity question. So in the British election study panel survey, in the very first wave of that survey, one of the questions that was asked was this question about how you would vote if a referendum were held on leaving the European Union. And you can see the tabulation between responses to that question and the question asked over 2 years later in the short period just before the referendum, what people thought the effects of leaving the EU would be on the British economy. And not surprisingly, there is a fairly strong relationship, right? The overwhelming majority of people who said in early 2014 that they would vote to stay in the European Union thought later, more than 2 years later, that the economy would become worse as a result of leaving the EU. And on the other hand, those who said in early 2014 that they would vote to leave the European Union, the overwhelming majority said that the economy would stay about the same or would even get better as a result of leaving the European Union. For the identity question, the relationship is even clearer and stronger, right? So it seems likely that pre-existing perceptions of the European Union, and even more specifically, how people would vote in a referendum, that these were likely to be impacting later subsequent answers to questions about whether leaving the European Union would impact the British economy and what impact the EU is having on British identity. So given the very strong connection between these pre-existing views on the EU and the later questions, the specific questions about the economy and identity, how can we try to estimate the effect of other things like pre-existing values and predispositions like immigration attitudes and authoritarianism in this situation? So for this paper, what I've done is tried to estimate kind of maximum and minimum potential effects of these predispositions, the immigration attitudes and authoritarianism. And what I mean here is that I've first run models that only include my independent variables of interest. So again, negative immigration attitudes and authoritarianism as measured in early waves of the British Election Study Panel Survey. And then slowly then add control variables, which include a range of factors that have been shown in studies of voting behavior in the referendum. So things like perceptions of Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson, anti-expert sentiment, political distrust, party identification, and so on and so on. So I'm looking at what the effects of negative immigration attitudes and authoritarianism are once we take into account those campaign effects and other factors known to be important in how people voted in the referendum. But that model still does not take into account pre-existing attitudes to the European Union and pre-existing knowledge about how a person would vote in the referendum. And in a previous version of the paper, I tried to control for that by simply adding a variable that was measured, again, in an early wave of the British Election Study Panel Survey, gauging attitudes to the European Union. But as a reviewer pointed out to me, it's still extremely difficult to disentangle those pre-existing attitudes to the European Union from all of the other things that I'm interested in, especially authoritarianism and immigration attitudes. So for this analysis, in addition to running models on the full sample of respondents who have participated in the relevant waves of the British Election Study Panel Survey, I've also rerun the uncontrolled and controlled models for those who did not know in 2014 how they would vote in an EU referendum. So those who had less clearly formulated opinions about the European Union in early 2014. And my aim here is to try to very rigidly or strictly isolate the impact of pre-existing perceptions of the EU and perceptions of whether the country should leave the EU from the other variables in the model. So I can see what effect these other variables might have had for people who had no firm views about EU membership. So that's the list of control variables in the controlled models, which I'll skip over and we can come back to a bit later. So in the first table here, we're focusing on the question of whether leaving the European Union will improve the British economy or not. And recall that this was measured in the lead up, the very short period leading up to the referendum, so May and June of 2016. And the independent variables of interest, the negative immigration attitudes, and the authoritarianism indicators come from earlier waves of the panel survey. So the question here is, do those apparent pre-existing immigration attitudes and authoritarianism impact how people answer this question about whether leaving the EU would have an effect on the British economy? And you can see in the full sample uncontrolled model, I would say the effect of negative immigration attitudes and authoritarianism measured in earlier waves of the panel survey seem to be fairly strongly related to how people later answered the question of whether leaving the EU would impact the British economy. As you can see, how long, Marjorie?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, okay. Okay, so as you progress from that model through the controlled model and on to those who didn't have any firm views in 2014, how they would vote in the referendum, the effects of immigration attitudes and authoritarianism decline. And by model 4, you can see that only immigration attitudes has even a statistically significant effect. But the size of the effect is similar to things like, I'll say, the Johnson effect and the Farage effect and anti-expert sentiment. What about the identity question? Here, perhaps not surprisingly, negative immigration attitudes and authoritarianism seem to have even stronger effects. And by the time we get to the controlled model for those who didn't already know in 2014 how they would vote in an EU referendum, both immigration attitudes and authoritarianism still have significant and fairly strong effects on how people answered that question. So this slide and the next one just summarize the results, but the key points are in at the bottom line there. You know, the concern about immigration held more than 2 years before the referendum appears to have subsequently impacted or clouded people's perceptions of whether to believe the negative economic forecasts or not, in that they were less inclined to believe these forecasts and more inclined to agree that the economy would actually get better if we left the European Union. And in terms of how people perceived the impact of the EU on British identity in the lead up to the referendum, again, concern about immigration held more than 2 years before the referendum, and authoritarianism as measured before the referendum period subsequently seemed to have clouded whether people believed that the EU was undermining British identity, and led some people to have concluded that the EU was indeed undermining British identity. So just to wrap up very, very quickly, as most of you know, in the years leading up to the Brexit referendum, the British public was extremely divided on both the European Union and the issue of immigration. But it also had fairly strong authoritarian leanings, at least based on items like the British election study authoritarianism indicators. The negative economic forecasts and warning of economic catastrophe if we left the European Union were clearly not very convincing to most people, and concern about the European Union undermining British identity was fairly high. So certainly campaign effects may have been important in how these two specific issues were perceived during the referendum period. But it seems that pre-existing concerns about immigration and strong authoritarianism may have limited the potential for persuasion and impacted how the economic and identity arguments in the campaign were perceived. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll try again now.
Try again with me. Can you hear me? Sorry, my laptop completely froze. And can you see this now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, you can, yeah? Right. So this project is this paper is coming out of a larger project that Brian and I are involved in, which is really to trace all the history of BBC Question Time from 1979 to the present. And now I apologize for my dog barking. Where we try to code every single panelist that has ever been on Question Time and try to find out how the BBC, the main public broadcaster, is representing political elites, election results and changes in party composition at Westminster and other levels, as well as different party factions. And with Brexit over the past 5 years, it presents a nice example of looking at, in some systematic way, at the often thrown about accusation of bias. I could just use the actual slides. So there have been accusations of all sorts from all sides about BBC being biased. So on the one hand, you have accusations that there are individual panels which don't include any Brexiteers. So that's obviously bias. You also have accusations when this episode was broadcast in Liverpool, and the host was Fiona Bruce was explaining that they apply a new way of selecting audiences depending on which part of the country they are broadcasting from. So when they're broadcasting in England, there would be a larger number of conservative supporters, and people here complained that, well, Liverpool is a city which always votes Labour, so this is a misrepresentation of a region. And have accusations of bias when Question Time seeks certain locations. So the Telegraph actually wrote an entire article about switching a broadcast from Leave voting Bolton to Remain voting Dulwich. And these accusations then also were put to the incoming BBC chair when he was quizzed by the Digital Culture, Media and Sport Committee in January, and he sort of was a bit cautious and wouldn't say that there's systematic bias, but he said there have been studies done, and I think it's been some acknowledgement that some aspects of the Brexit coverage from time to time was unbalanced. So let's start by looking at those studies that there have been. There have been studies by think tanks like the Institute of Economic Affairs, notably a quite right-wing think tank, who looked at a certain period of time and found that 60% of Question Time panelists were Remain supporters, only 31% Brexit supporters. There have been studies by individual bloggers like this guy who actually works for an oil company and has no background in public opinion or media studies or anything, but he basically counted guest appearances on Question Time and found that there's a preponderance of Remainers. And then there's this website Question Time Watch, which ran until the end of January 2020, when the UK was actually leaving the EU, and basically counted every single panel member and found that 66.9% have been Remainers. Now, we think there are two questions which need to be raised about these different studies. The first one is what actually is bias, and against what baseline should we measure that? All of the existing studies I've presented here are using the referendum result as the baseline. So it should be 52-48 or at least 50-50 or something like that. But that completely, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the slides seem to have got stuck on slide 2.
Oh no, seriously? Wait a second. Can you see this now?
No, it's still on slide 2. No,
So I stopped.
now it's on. Okay.
Okay, I have to stop.
You might not say I want to full screen the slides when you go on.
Yeah, the full screen doesn't work. So right, so the question is what is bias, and of course applying the referendum result ignores what question time actually is. It's an elite panel. But it's then a sampling process to select members of that elite panel, and the population for that sampling is not the general population. The vast majority are politicians, 60% of question time panelists, and others are journalists and other political and media elites. And Brexit can also not be the only selection criterion. But even if we were to accept this idea that the baseline should be 50-50, it's impossible to do. If we only look at politicians, almost 90% of all leavers in the 2015-17 Westminster Parliament were from the Conservative Party. So if you actually wanted to have 50% of politicians or so on question time being leavers, you virtually wouldn't have any space for Conservative Remainers. But in that same Parliament, a majority of Conservative MPs were, of course, Remainers. So the core selection criterion is that there should always be a representative of the UK government and an official of the opposition on the panel. So once you do that, you would have to underrepresent Remainers in the Conservative Party in order to get to your 50-50 split. So, but then there's also the second question: how do you measure Brexit opinion after the referendum? All existing studies basically take the binary question of Remainers versus Leavers, and they use the actual vote in 2016 to identify whether someone is a Remainer or a Leaver. But even Boris Johnson's government, his cabinet includes converts like Liz Truss, Matt Hancock, Gavin Williamson, who were Remainers and then moved over accepting Brexit and being proponents of Brexit now. Some studies do relax the once Remainer, always a Remainer rule, but what all stick to is this binary choice. You're either for Leave or for Remain and nothing else. But certainly after 2017, we have a more complex picture. It's more about what kind of outcome people want rather than whether they want to leave or not, because leaving is taking place anyway. So our study does two things. We have two different data sets. The first one is kind of first part is replicating and improving previous efforts. So we code all the question time panelists, we distinguish politicians from other guests, and then we code Leave, Remain for 2015-17 and Brexit outcome preference for 2017-19. But all of this is still doing one thing which you could call selecting on the dependent variable. If you want to find out who gets selected to come on question time, it's problematic if you only look at people who actually come on question time. Now, for at least one subgroup, we can avoid this because the largest group of question time panelists are MPs, and we can actually look at all the MPs and try to find out which MPs get selected and which ones don't, and what kind of characteristics of MPs increase or decrease the likelihood of being invited on the panel. So we can control for demographic, political, and personality factors, and then find out whether anyone's Brexit stance is actually a hindrance or an advantage for getting selected. And we're creating separate data sets for 2015-17 and then 2017-19, because there we also have different codings of Brexit preference. Now, simply replicating the picture of Brexit bias shows the same thing as you've seen in the previous studies. It's a preponderance of Remainers. But once we break it down for the 2015 to 17 Parliament, for example, into politicians and non-politicians, you find that politicians, there's a 75-25 split for Remainers. For non-politicians, it's 50-50. Now, why is that quite interesting? Because the actual balance of opinion in Westminster amongst politicians, amongst MPs, was 75% Remainers, 25% Leavers. Whereas in the population, we know from the referendum, is 50-50. So the BBC might just present politicians in terms of the balance of opinion, and non-politicians in the balance of opinion of the more general public. And when it comes to 2017-19, we find that there's quite a nice representation of the impossibility to find a majority for any solution, which was the problem in the 2017 to 19 general election. There's yes, the largest group supports the second referendum, but there are more Leavers than Remainers there, only that the Leavers are split between wanting a deal, not wanting a deal, or being able to contemplate not having a deal at all. But now the second part is, I think, the more interesting one here. We have just the first data set at this point, 2015 to 17 Parliament. We have an N of 660, which is the 650 MPs that came in 2015, plus 10 by-elections, which took place during the Parliament. We have demographic variables looking at age, measured in 2015, gender, ethnicity, which we treat as a binary variable, whether you're white or minority MP, education, whether you're privately educated, have a university degree or Oxbridge, and then the party and parliamentary career, which party, but also what seniority in the party, length of time served at MP, seat majority, then policy positions. We use voting records across 12 economic issues to identify how left and right-wing people are, their referendum votes, then also notoriety, how well known they are. We look at Wikipedia page views as a measure for this, how rebellious they are, how often they vote against the whip, and how radical they are. So what's their distance from the mean party position on left-right, and then also a measure of path dependence. Are the BBC just selecting people who they have selected before? Here's just a brief overview of the 87 of the 660 MPs at all appeared during that Parliament on BBC Question Time. There are a few, like Alex Sampson, Emily Thornberry, appeared 6 times or so. Ken Clarke of that Parliament was the person who in his entire life appeared most often on BBC Question Time, with 52 appearances. There is a bivariate relationship. Basically, this is whether someone appeared on the left, whether someone appeared on Question Time, and whether not appeared, and on the right, the yes, whether someone actually did appear. And we find that 80% of those who appeared were Remainers, whereas 75% only among those who didn't appear. So Remainer MPs were more likely to appear on Question Time. That may have to do with MP politicians like Farage and UKIP, who are just sitting in the MEP at the time or so, being more likely selected for the Leave side. Now, the model we're basically using in order to identify whether this is a systematic effect, controlling for other things, is a simple logistic regression. So we're only looking at whether someone appears on Question Time or not. That's our dependent variable. The independent variables are demographics, gender, minority, public school, university degree, the experience, the length of time as an MP, their notoriety, wiki page views, which we logged as a variable, how often people voted, an MP voted against their whip, the absolute distance from party mean on economic left-right, then whether they appeared on BBC Question Time before 2015, which party they are, and we interacted the party variable with the referendum vote variable. And these are the basic findings. I locked the x-axis because some of the confidence intervals, especially for Labour Leave and other Leave, are just huge. So a non-locked odds ratios would look very, very strange. So all the demographics lose significance, which is quite interesting, because over the entire 79 to 2019 data set, we do see that that female MPs and minority MPs do get overrepresented. So the BBC is trying to present a more diverse parliament than the parliament actually is. But all of that disappears here. What remains significant is how well known a person is. So the Wikipedia what page views has back the absolute distance from your party has an effect. So the further you're away, the less likely you're away from the mean of the party, the less likely you are to being selected on BBC Question Time. And the path dependency. So if you've been selected on BBC Question Time before, you're very likely to be selected again. The SNP is overrepresented, and Scotland, if we replace party with region, we also find that Scottish MPs are overrepresented relative to their numbers in Parliament, and we find a significant negative effect on leave preference, and that essentially means because the Conservatives are the control category in the party variable, it's Conservative leavers who are less likely to be selected on Question Time than Conservative Remainers. So to summarize, we find that the BBC Question Time selection process advantages basically looks for safe hands. They want repeat performers. That's people selecting MPs who have been there before. They select better known MPs, and they select less radical MPs. Those are significant effects. The demographics, as I said, disappear for the 2015 to 17 Parliament, but they have a strong impact in the long run over the entire time frame we're looking at. There's an oversampling of Scottish candidates, the SNP, but that was the high point of the SNP during those years after the Scottish independence referendum. So on Brexit, Tory leavers are underrepresented. And what might be going on here is that the BBC actually selected as representatives of the Leave side non-MPs. So Farage and UKIP were more likely to represent the Leave side in a way, or over proportionally likely to represent the Leave side, and Tory leavers from Westminster were less likely to represent the Leave side, which raises some interesting questions. It's a minor, even if we apply our measure that the BBC is not sampling from the population, but here it's sampling from Westminster. Even then, we do find an underrepresentation of Leave supporting MPs, and that's it. And I hope I didn't break up too much at any point. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So now we can open the floor for all the questions. I think you can ask me to share your audio and video, or you can also use the Q&A section at the chat side, right? Any questions from anyone? You are wonderful panelists. Okay, so I'll then use my there is a question. Nicole's coming back in.
Yeah, I have a question for Heinz, which is, I think your approach is really interesting, and I really like that you're taking this long view of it. But I wonder what you make of two things. Firstly, some people are really boring on television, and if I were running a television program, I would try and find more interesting ones. And I know you have notoriety, but that also has to factor in to what people are doing. But also, do you look at this kind of not just over the whole time period, but in an individual panel? Because that's the problem, isn't it? You only have 4 or 5 slots, and you have to be balanced within each program. Do you think that can contribute to being magnified over a long period of time to a slant to either one side or the other?
Well, I think our impression is, I mean, the BBC has only one strict rule in their panel selection. That is 1 seat to the Conservatives, 1 seat to Labour in each episode. And there's very few cases where they depart from that. Otherwise, it's perfectly clear that they're trying to juggle a lot of different things they're trying to represent here. Party for most, but with Brexit, they are certainly making an effort to represent some balance on Brexit. And for individual episodes, you can't do that. So they certainly aim to try and do that over longer periods, and we've partly broken that down to monthly periods and then quarters of years and things like that. I mean, we still have to look at the full data set to see whether there are periods when the BBC Question Time team gets caught up in things and misrepresents stuff. I don't know how you would measure otherwise who is a good performer on Question Time and who isn't, apart from things like I don't know, how rebellious they are in Parliament and maybe how well known they are, and of course we have to measure this Wikipedia page views before they actually appear, because otherwise it becomes an endogenous variable. But I don't know. I mean, the individual episodes, and that's the problem. That's the most complaints you get are about individual episodes where either the Leave side or the Remain side, for example, sees we're being mistreated here, and they never look at the longer picture.
So there's another question to Heinz and Brian from Jonathan Rose asking whether you looked at whether Farage specifically is overrepresented.
I mean, he's one of the most frequent guests on Question Time. I mean, I think Ken Clark only beats him because Ken Clark has been around probably for the entire time that Question Time has existed, so he had a lot more chances. But I think Farage has had close to 40 appearances, and that's the thing that UKIP has been so represented by just one person there. So in that sense, compared to the party, because the party has only gotten probably 50 slots and 36 or 38 of them have gone to Farage. So he's overrepresented, and he's the face of UKIP, even though, well, now the face of the Brexit Party, Reform Party, or GB News, whatever he's doing at the moment. But yeah, sure, he's specifically overrepresented, and no other politician comes remotely close to that.
Great. I have a question to Nicole. I was wondering, like, very interesting presentation and project. Was thinking, first of all, it was unclear to me whether your sample was just England or the rest of the UK too, because with Scotland in particular, you would think that migrants might be supporting the SNP at higher levels than they would Labour, for example. And that would kind of put a little bit that whole that migrants don't support left-wing parties into question. And I thought overall also, like, what about support for Lib Dems, Greens, and other parties besides Labour and Conservatives, especially taking into account that neither of these parties during the time period that you're studying showed very pro-EU attitudes.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. So it's restricted to Great Britain, so Northern Ireland's not there. And I do have some residents in Scotland, but it's so small that I really can't break it down any more than that. So I think I can't look at Scotland separately. But I take your point about Scotland. So one piece of research that has been done on the political views of EU migrants showed that the discrepancy between qualitative interviews, the discrepancy between having the right to vote in the 2014 independence referendum and then not having the right to vote in the Brexit referendum, this was Polish people living in Scotland, kind of highlighted the discrepancy in the way they felt that the SNP had made a virtue of them, but the English parties were not doing that. So you're completely right. And that might be a left-wing party that is more supported than Labour by migrants from accession countries. And it's kind of frustrating that I can't break it down more than that, because it kind of, like all work on migrant group voting, it groups together lots of people who have quite different backgrounds. Oh yeah, and the Lib Dems and the Greens. So I didn't show it because I still had so much to show, but also because I wanted to focus on the immediate time period after the referendum, and also because I don't have full data for 2019 yet. But if you look at what happens after from 2017 onwards, you do see an increase in support for the Lib Dems and for the Greens, as well as for Labour, and kind of much bigger increases. What I haven't done yet is try and work out the extent to which that's different from the rest of the population increase in Lib Dem and Green vote share over that time period as well, because it grows for both those parties at the same time. But I think that really speaks to what you're saying about, hold on a second, maybe there is something in this migrants tending to vote for left-wing parties. It's just that the party system in the UK is different in different parts of the UK, and also we have these other minor parties that have this particular position pro-EU and pro-migrant that Labour didn't really have, especially in 2017 about the EU. So thank you, and I will pick those up in future work.
Great. So we have another question for Heinz and Brian from Dan Snow, asking whether, not sure if there is data on this, but could the path dependency finding also reflect convenience? If someone drops out last minute and they want someone who will definitely say yes. For example, I heard somewhere that Farage appeared so often because he never said no when he was asked. And thanks for the great presentation, too.
Yeah, I want to specifically address that last point. One of the things we of course don't know, and for that we probably would need to interview people at the BBC. We don't exactly know to what extent it is in the hands of the BBC and then individual MPs or other politicians to negotiate the invitations for individual episodes, or to what extent it is the party plays a role in providing them with representatives, which surely plays some role when it's frontbenchers who appear on Question Time. So that's something which, and I mean that's perhaps something which indirectly we can address when we look in a more longer run to what extent seniority in the party, current and previous, plays a role in selection. So that's a question whether we can find indirect indicators which show us whether it's the party actually providing the BBC with politicians. Otherwise, you would of course think that it's easier for them to get the Ken Clarks and Nigel Farage in because they are repeat visitors, which is convenient because they know they will say yes, but also because they know something about them being performers that have probably made the BBC happy enough with their previous appearances.
Do we have any more questions to the presenters? If somebody just wants to come in, I think I can also give you the right to show your face and share your audio. Seems to be a room of very shy political scientists. So if there are no more questions, so I think we all can have a little break before the annual general meeting that is taking place at 12:45 that I'm told that everybody should attend. And thank you very much for all the presenters for really great presentations and for the questions we've had.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
In that case, Alejandro, we are here gathered to discuss your work. The title of your paper is it Bias or Is it Noise? Assessing Potential Error in Political Fact-Checking, Evidence from a Spanish Case Study. This is work by Alejandro Fernandez Roldan, which you co-authored with Carlos Santiago, Carlos Elias, and David Teire. You got as much time as you want to present this, but if we want to do about 20 minutes, I guess, and then we'll do a bit of question and answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me share my screen. Yep. So can you see it properly?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, perfect then. Well, I prepared a very light version of this study because I was the last person in the last panel in the last day. So I didn't want to be hard on it, but you know, well, given that we have time, I can explain a little bit better. Thank you, Paolo, for the introduction. I have to thank my co-authors, even if they cannot be here, especially since they are my PhD supervisors. But I have to thank also the Spanish Ministry of Science, which is the body founder of this study, but also of the wider project in which it is framed. So basically, our idea is like to study some variants of fake news, and one of it is studying those potential treatments that can have an effect on countering this volume of misinformation that we are seeing nowadays. And one of the variants is political fact-checking outlets. So, you know, these fact-checking outlets that select claims from politicians, they scrutinize them, they deliver the facts to the public, and this is already a little bit controversial. This is controversial because some people on the right say that these fact-checking outlets are biased to the left, and it happens the opposite from the other side of the political spectrum. So we try to contribute a little bit because also this debate, this concern has also permeated into academia, and we'll see more of that in a moment. But also I want to stress that this study is a case study, and this is because the evidence published so far is mainly US-centered, which is something normal, but we try to level that a little bit with our Spanish case study. So as I said, there is the concern among some scholars that political fact-checking outlets could be biased, but first of all, we consider that the key question should be to explicitly state out what constitutes bias, right? And this is something that these studies, the evidence published so far, do not always fully address. But the general idea of the evidence published is to get two or more fact-checker outlets and compare them, and compare whether they agree on the claims from politicians that they select, and also on the scores that they award, so the degrees of truth. So a lack of agreement in any of these two variables would reveal a potential bias. And this is something that we see a little bit problematic because, you know, there's only bias in comparison, in relative terms, and not in absolute terms. And, well, as I said, this is something that we try to level it with our own study, and I'll present our approach right now. But first, I have to mention that our case study is neutral. It's a newsroom fact-checker linked to La Sexta, which is a Spanish famous TV network which broadcasts at the national level. It is a signatory member to the International Fact-Checking Network, which is the main supervision body in fact-checking, and it conducts yearly audits to its signatory members where they assess their transparency, their political neutrality, and other angles of their work. So we assume that given that you know, it's a signatory member to the IFCN, it submits to the most stringent standards in the industry. But before presenting our approach for trying to measure bias to some extent, we have to mention our assumptions, and the strongest one is reproducibility. We assume reproducibility in the fact-checking methods, in the guidelines. And what do we mean by this? Well, we mean that if the staff of a fact-checker is properly trained to use the protocol, then each fact-check score that they award should be replicable. So if a third party would focus on the same claim, he or she would resort to the same data sources and reach the same conclusions, therefore awarding the same score because they understand the scale of the fact-checker, the degrees of truth in a consistent manner. But this is not always the case, as we will see. But before that, I have to say what is our definition of bias, how we understand bias. And as I said, this is something that previous studies do not fully address and that we want to make very clear our own. So we understand bias as the true differential treatment between two political parties. So we would say that a fact checker is biased towards a given political party if its general fact checks make the members of this party appear as more honest or less dishonest than those of a competing party, when in fact they are not. And given that we understand bias as true differential treatment, which is something that we cannot know, we propose a new method that aims to detect potential bias. And I say potential bias because it would allow us to detect observed differential treatment between parties, but we are unsure whether this observation is representative of reality, and this is challenging again. But more on this a little bit later. So our method to detect differential treatment is an ordered logic model in which the dependent variable is the truth score from the fact checker. So it's a scale of 4 different grades from 1 to 4. 1 is true, 4 is false, with 2 intermediate values, 2 and 3, which are half true and misleading. And then we have the independent variable, which is political party. Well, it is the party membership of the politician who uttered each claim. So we made a small database, small because we are constrained to the production of the fact checker. And therefore, we selected the first year of activity of this fact checker neutral, which goes from October 2018 to October 2019. And this is quite interesting period in Spanish politics since 2 general elections, or better said, 2 run-ups to the general elections were held in this period. So I forgot to mention that political party, it comprises the main political parties in Spain. So 1 would be the Social Democratic Party, PSOE, 2 would be the Conservatives, PP, Ciudadanos is the Liberal Party, Podemos is a far-left party, and Vox is an alt-right party. Also, we have the category number 6 would be other, which comprises smaller and minority parties. Okay. So here we have results from some of our models, and the coefficients show that there's a higher probability for center-right and right-wing parties to have worse scores. As you can see, these coefficients come in the form of log odds, but these are the aggregate results of the scale, and therefore higher coefficients mean that they are closer to falseness. And we tested this sort of model with different controls and also with interactions that are not here in the presentation but are in the paper, but the model remains quite stable in saying so. And in addition to running the model where we can see like this perceived differential treatment, we deemed key to calculate the predicted probabilities for each party of receiving each of the scores in neutral scales. And we did this for 2 reasons. First, because, as I said, the coefficients come in the form of log odds, and also, secondly, because these coefficients are an aggregate result of the whole scale, and therefore we cannot see differences in the distribution between scores. So figure number 2 is an example of this calculation for the score true derived from the model number 2. But here we have like a more visual bar plot of these point estimates derived from the predicted probabilities. And we can see that the biggest differences, the sharpest differences, lie in the more extreme value, that is between true and false. So the intermediate values are, I'm not saying that they are level, they are not, but the differences are smaller. So as we can see, left-wing parties have higher chances of receiving true and less chances of receiving false, and the opposite happens for the right-wing parties. But obviously, one could argue that indeed, for some reason, some parties lie more than others, and rightly so, especially since if they are challengers, if they are populists, or whatever sort of documented chance. So, and this is especially problematic in relatively short periods of time. But note, however, that our goal with this study is not to document whether indeed some parties lie more than others, but to test our proposed model for differential treatment detection and potential bias and potential noise. So as we have seen, our approach presupposes reproducibility in the fact-checking guidelines. And for that, we assume that the fact-checking method is consistently implemented. So if the fact-checking protocol is ill-defined or is not well implemented, for example, the truth scale is not consistently interpreted, our model would be measuring random deviations. And that's the difference made by Kahneman, Sieben, and Sunstein in their last book, Noise. Systematic deviation is bias, a random deviation is noise. So this is the question that we try to make ourselves. Is the fact checker following a systematic protocol? And are they randomizing their selection of claims? Because if they do, it is likely that we are observing bias. If not, what we are seeing is something else, is noise. And therefore, we try to do sort of this noise audit proposed by Kahneman et al. And in order to account for this potential noise, we conducted a series of interviews to the fact checkers at Neutral. And these fact checkers, well, 7 of them participated, and these 7 people were responsible for 70%, roughly 70% of the claims or the fact checks within our sample. And the interview was based on a questionnaire with 9 items that you can see that the questions are categorized in the green box. And we followed a semi-structured approach where participants were allowed to jump from one topic to another, come back to previous question, put examples. Also, we gave them the questionnaire a few days in advance. They were provided also some fact checks are random that they had done before, so they could resort to them if they saw it fit for like putting any relevant example that they saw. And this obviously comes at a cost. So there's a trade-off with this flexibility. And this is because the reason why I said at the beginning that this study is also preliminary, because we only provide a preliminary exploration of this bias problem, given that we didn't measure consistency in a standardized manner, which is something that we should do for future noise audits in this kind of outlets. But in our paper, we try to offer a step-by-step approach for construction of the fact checks that generated our sample. And as they were semi-structured, fact checks were able to talk a lot and to give very long answers, something that we cannot reflect here. But we summarized a small summary of the problems that we saw. First, it's true that fact checkers agree on the most operational tasks, the preparation of an agenda, for instance, or like contacting the office party of the politician who is being fact checked to gather their view on the matter and so on. But they acknowledge having ample room for personal judgment at various steps, as you can see in the slide. So mainly, they base their selection of claims in journalistic criteria. And when we ask them how did they understand what was journalistic criteria for them, it was very different answers. It is true that they acknowledge that the selection was mainly dependent on newsworthiness. Also, they didn't randomize the fact checks that they selected. Therefore, we cannot see if the fact checks are a reality of the amount of lies that are present in the political discourse. And more so, they have no clear guidelines for identifying what claims ought to be fact checked, specifically like not any linguistic feature. They just said that it should be fact checkable with data. More than that, there was a lack of agreement in the evidence sources. It's true that some institutions and some data providers were agreed upon, but on a deeper layer, when asked whether an NGO report, for instance, would qualify as a good source for fact check, they disagreed. And finally, and more worryingly for the general view, is that they understood the scale in very different ways. Some of them thought that they had to take into account the intention of the politician, whereas others thought that they shouldn't take that into account. So let's reach our main conclusions. Our proposed differential treatment detection model seems to work better than previous approaches because, like, statistical distributions weren't taking into account. They relied on tabulations and sums, and also because we can do an absolute measure of differential treatment. Also, that there are beforehand signs of differential treatment in our sample, according to our logit models. And we need to do a second step in order to gauge whether we have bias or noise in place. We will not definitely know if there is bias, but when there is noise, there's the possibility that there is also bias, and that we'll see in the next slide. So we need to assess the consistency through interviews or sort of noise audits. And again, replicability is put in question. And the problem is that this lack of reproducibility and replicability cannot be detected by external audits like the one done by the International Fact-Checking Network, which focuses only on a very small subset of fact checks. And it is, in fact, the fact checkers, the ones who had to provide the evidence. So it's a bit of selection bias there as well. And finally, and this is the main take, is that unless fact checkers improve their guidelines and the consistency in the implementation of it, their political neutrality can be disputed. It is probably it's not clear whether they are biased or not intentionally biased or not. But if there is noise, there can be bias, because noise and bias do not cancel each other out. They can compound, in fact. And that's all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For everybody who's attending the panel, you are welcome to submit your questions to the Q&A box or in the chat. This is fairly informal, or you're welcome to come on camera as well. There is plenty of space on screen. Meanwhile, I'll shoot a few questions your way, just so we can get a bit of discussion going. I know that your specific findings are more about the replicability and the impartiality, so to speak, of the fact-checking system. I was still, quite taken aback because in your graph you say basically the vast majority of the facts that are checked are found to be false.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. And yeah, so sorry, no, go
no, so the question really there is, what does it mean for the system? And it has bearing for other questions I wanted to ask, but were you surprised by that? Is this normal practice in the Spanish political debate?
Yeah. So at the beginning, well, we were considering the options for which kind of fact checkers we could use as a case study. In Spain, there are two main fact checkers. The other one is called Maldita. It's also a signatory member to the IFCN. But their methodology is more clear in that sense, because what they say is we only fact check that information that is false. So they have like a different protocol. In this case, the problem that I see with our fact checker is that they use this scale that has been found to be problematic in other studies, especially for political misinformation. Because if it's for general misinformation, apparently it's very informative to some people to have like this ancillary graphic item, right? But on the contrary, for political information or for political fact checking, it causes like the opposite effect. Like people don't trust it, and it generates like some sort of problem. And also, we thought at the beginning that this could be like a measure or gauge of the amount of lies in the political discourse. But then we saw this imbalance. As you have noticed in that graph, and certainly is not. And this is something that we discovered also with the interviews. They don't have a balance because like the selection is relying on newsworthiness, and therefore like there are no random samples of the political discourse and so on. And, you know, this representativity is called into question, I would say.
So basically, the line around which I'm thinking is what you say, right? Is, of course, fact checkers don't fact check at random. They fact check specific things because it's important, or because it's salient, or because it's the thing. So it's a bit of the puzzle that I'm missing. And perhaps the broader way to ask the question is, how does the fact that most of the facts that are found to be false map onto their discretion?
Yeah.
And that bears multiple questions, and the simplest way I can ask about it is by example. And one way I think about it, right? It's almost like you have all sorts of discretion on your side, and so technically you should create the utmost element of bias in that case, in a hypothetical world in which we're really driven to support our parties, even if we're fact checkers. But then at the same time, the final result is the same. Everything very false. We'll just like say across the board, everything is horrible. And then that level of bias, you find that it's there. There are some differentials in party treatment, but the final result doesn't change, right? So there are limited things. And so what can your research do to bridge the gap between this, like, if everything is false and we have a lot of discretion, then what does it mean? Does it mean that basically fact-checking is doomed to always say everything is false and people will never trust it enough?
Yeah, so we have a debate in our team, in fact, about what's the real potential of fact-checking. And one of my colleagues argues that it's not that different from traditional journalism, like, or it shouldn't be, like, but at the same time you have like this new perception of like being of a mediator of truth, of arbiter of truth to some extent. And the problem is that when you have this scale, you are trying to categorize, and also, you know, political discourse is a little bit tricky sometimes. So because we found in our noise audit, for instance, that like the same fact check could have like 3 different scores, and that's awkward, right? Like maybe it's better to have like a contextual correction, like it was done before. So you know, I know it's not the most enticing part for them, but randomizing would be a solution. But on the other side, I know this is a newsroom fact checker, so that means that they are journalists, and they would lose the main weapon that we have, which is like fixing the agenda to some extent. And yeah, it's something that they are not willing to give up, and I understand why. But we think that there are minor changes that they could do to minimize their perception of being less politically neutral, which is, for example, avoiding the scale, and would be also like having any representativity tool, for instance, like fact-checking more according to the seats in the parliament or something like that. There are some approaches to that, and that is also documented in the literature. But you know, this is at the early stages, and also we don't have like any final big conclusion or like any causal claim to make. We just have hints of it. We try to propose this new method for doing this kind of audits. Yeah.
It strikes me that you're onto something when you're thinking about that as a parallel to where there's multiple scores, right? You say one piece can be fact-checked in different ways. It strikes me that there is a parallel to text analysis somehow, and there is definitely experiments you could do there, not necessarily with the fact-checkers, but to like play it as a dynamic game. I'm so not an expert in these things. So
No. But it's true that there are a lot of things that we thought about doing. One potential thing is like getting as many claims, like building a big corpus of politicians' claims, randomizing it, and have it as a benchmark to compare it with the fact checks here, so we can have a measure of truth and falseness in political discourse. But again, that we would have to rely on media, and I don't know to what extent there are like some differential treatments and some editorial lines also, you know, not making things more noisy.
Yeah. 2 final questions.
Yeah, sure.
One, it's really like in the broad sense with everything, and again, it goes back to that main finding that everything is found to be false. does that mean that basically the Spanish public reaction to this kind of things is always to say, rubbish, they're biased per se? So whether they're biased or not, are they perceived to be biased and therefore of limited usability? And what does that mean for your findings, right? Is there a way of rebuild that trust if things were different? I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is that I mean, they have like some links to as I said, to a Spanish TV network, and this TV network has an editorial line, which correlates perfectly with our results. Like the Social Democratic Party is less penalized than others, and so on. Still, as I said, it could be that this what we are seeing is at random, but the models are capturing something different. But I think that people, as I said, people on the right think that this fact checker is biased to the left, and they receive some comments from on Twitter and all the social media platforms. To be honest, we didn't conduct like any survey to pose questions on whether they perceive this fact checker as biased or not. So I'm not sure. I cannot conclude anything.
Yeah. It just brings to mind something that happened in the last general elections here in the UK. You might have seen it if you're interested in the topic, but one of the Conservative Party's press accounts on Twitter decided to mask themselves as a fact-checking account. So they changed their profile picture and everything, and people were like getting behind it. So this is where I struggle, right? Because there's definitely hunger for fact-checking and for robustness, but I struggle to understand whether there's like hunger for somebody to back you up and proactively fact check you, and as it was like, see, I was right, or there's anger for finding out what's actually real. But philosophical questions. My very final question is it's a methodological one around the robustness of your model. Sure. I know you've chosen an ordered logistic model, and I can understand that there is an order to the scale that you treat. There are always discussions about the fact that maybe an extra assumption is that the space between these like points in the order should be fixed and everything. So have you run any robustness using multinomial approaches, rank ordering, or any other maximum likelihood approaches?
No, to be honest, that's another assumption that we were unsure about that, but like we didn't want, because the fact checkers, when we interviewed them, they weren't sure if there was like the same distance between points in the scale. So we didn't want to make any strong assumption on that, and we assumed that it was like an equal distance. Obviously, we have some philosophers in our team, so they thought about that as well. And it's a little bit problematic if we can say so. Also, because fact checker outlets in different countries use different scales. For instance, in Italy, I think you're Italian, right, Paolo? Okay, La Pagella Politica uses 5 scores. And I did like a small test also with a sample from La Pagella Politica, and the results are quite similar to Spanish ones, like Social Democratic parties less penalized than others. Obviously, as I said, like populist parties are documented to lie more and so on. But like when we talk about the traditional families in European politics, like there's no recording of any party of lying more unless they are in a challenging position, right? So that's these are the problems with our study, that there are many unknowns, but we try to contribute a little bit to solve this to some extent.
I think we have a question from the audience. Rob Jones, you're live.
Thank you. I was going to type it in the chat, but it was too incoherent, and you're only allowed 200 characters, and I will never make that. It's about the underlying kind of ideological dimension or dimensions, because obviously your focus is on parties, but kind of what lies beneath that is a sense that these fact checkers have a kind of ideological agenda. And I really just wanted to ask, given the multiple things that, especially in Spain, right and left can refer to, where is it just the case that as soon as a fact checker says something that somebody disagrees with, they will assume, they're on the wrong side of whatever dimension is most salient to them? Or is this something that is particularly tied to either, the kind of more social conservatism thing, or maybe what does it have to do with kind of the Madrid versus Catalonia, the Basques, etc. Like, what are the dimensions at play here? I guess
You mean the perception by the public?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Like you know, our society right now is quite polarized. Politics is very polarized. Catalonia was indeed one factor of big polarization a few years ago. Now a little bit narrower given the COVID situation, but still it has been a cleavage between those. So when I have investigated to some extent what kind of users use this fact checker, they were like more in line with progressive media, right? But still, it's like I didn't conduct like any serious or robust test to check this, so I cannot give like a final answer to your question. But I think you were right to point to this point of polarization in Spanish politics nowadays, and especially with the situation of Catalonia since 2014 and 2017 with the referendum. I don't know if I correctly answer. I didn't. Okay. Thank you, Robert.
All right. We have got the most incredible amount of time left, but we've had a good discussion. I'll just give it a couple of minutes to see if anybody else wants to ask any questions. In the meantime, I've been asked by the conference organizers to let everybody know who is in London. There is going to be drinks tonight for the end of the conference at 7 p.m. at the Blind Beggar in Whitechapel. And obviously, everybody is welcome. If you can catch a plane from Spain, you only have to pay for 3 tests, 1 to enter, 2 to stay, and 1 to come back. So extremely convenient to travel around this time of the human history.
that would be amazing indeed.
Okay, any further questions?
No, given that we have some time, can I show you just one thing, and you can give your comments on.
Absolutely.
On what, yeah. So one thing that it is just very preliminary, but I wanted to show you. So if you have any comment, so this is the coverage. It's a moving average of the coverage by parties, right? In this fact checker in part of our sample. So from October 2018 to May. The first week of May. Sorry. So we see the blue bar is the Social Democratic Party, and at the time when the election was about to be called, there's a change in the coverage between the two main competing parties in Spain, which are the Socialist Party and the Conservative Party. And still, this is a little bit speculative, but there's a big coincidence, and I don't know to what extent. This has potential to run some models on this kind of coverage. Like if you have any input from your experience or views, it would be highly appreciated.
So not direct experience, but it strikes me that it would be interesting to understand what's the ratio of fact checking within that change in coverage percentages, right? Because that's clearly, as you say, it's around the election time, so it looks like the attention is switching, and anecdotally there is always this idea, right, that you can play campaigns into where you can either keep quiet and let your opponents ruin themselves, or you can step up and try to do that. But more of a question of the fact checking, it would be to understand if the political leaders and the party campaign managers know, and they take a bet consciously around that, and if they exploit the fact checking system to try and get more bandwidth.
It could be so. So it needs robust checks. I know, probably because media exposure from political parties is very difficult to measure. So I guess that's gonna be difficult. But thank you for your input, Paolo.
Yeah. So again, not my area.
No.
But
I know.
Cool. Audience, I think everything is pretty quiet. We've clocked in a good discussion. I'm sorry, and I'm gonna apologize on behalf of the missing papers. These things unfortunately happen, and I feel this year more than any year everything is a bit hit and miss with participation. But thanks again, Alejandro, for your wonderful presentation. It was really interesting, and hopefully something amazing comes of it. Thanks, Rob, for the question, and thanks to the audience for participating. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Paolo. Bye bye.